All right. Should be good to go. All right, chat room, you guys can say hi, YouTube. So we've made some progress on the fort. I think the biggest plan for today is increase the size and scale of the military. Let's add 2 squads and try and get that population up. We haven't traded with the Mountain Home in a long time because we missed 3 caravans in a row due to sieges and other things. And so my plan for today is to just simply increase the population. I did a little bit of prettying up of this place yesterday. As you can see, we now have this lava creek running through here alongside of the water. I just think it looks nice. We built a library as well. This is our library. It's got this indoor-outdoor thing. It doesn't have a second floor, but it does have a lower basement floor that, of course, has a thong in the middle of it, an artifact thong nonetheless. So I wanted the area to be fancy, so I fancied up the place by putting a thong in the middle of it. We also, of course, have this lava surrounding it, which is still like melting boulders, but it's completely surrounded by lava because I thought it would look cool. So this is where the engineers study so that they can, maintenance and build the lava transportation device. Which, by the way, somebody commented on the short that I did explaining how this thing works, saying, "Lol, you still don't know how to build one." So, yes, I'm aware that there are significantly more efficient designs to build these with using impulse ramps primarily. Very well. Wow, I didn't realize that these two. Okay, no, there is track. Why does the track disappear here? There is track here. Interesting. Anyway, yes, I'm aware that there are designs using impulse ramps that are significantly more efficient than this. But I don't care, because for me, when I build stuff, I look at the outcome of what other people can do and go, okay, let's come up with a design for myself that works. And this is me coming up with a design for myself that works. Just because it's not using the 100% optimal design doesn't mean I don't know how to build a thing. It just means I don't like copying other people's designs. So if the only correct way is to build things is by copying other people's designs, I don't want to build things. Because to me, that just is, copy-pasting somebody else's thing. It's like saying that you're really good at Factorio and the only thing you ever use is copy-paste and you just use stencils that other people built. It's like, okay, are you really good at Factorio or are you really good at the copy-paste function? Thinking emoji. So, like I said, the plan for today is we're going to be expanding the military. Currently, I do have 5 bugged dwarves that haven't come back, so this is a squad of 5. The rest of these are ghosts. I don't know. I like to think that they're, running around gambling somewhere or something equally exciting. I'm mostly just pissed because they left with my steel armor, which not too happy about. But they're forgetting that people are petty and egotistical and need to tell you about how they are better than you. This is true. I am forgetting this. Well, now that I've remembered this, I'm going to be, what's the word? Increase chat's ego by reading their names out loud off of the dwarves that are still alive. And if you don't hear your dwarf, it means they've probably met some awful, untimely fate. Aced, a devilish potato, Anaboth, and Animal. Baka Glass, Basement Kel, and Ben Said. And Big Box and Big Sparn, as well as Cat Dodger and Celistaris. And Crystallized Castles, Darius Cardin III, Durman 96, Deadly's Owen, and Deep Space, as well as Delisle SDF and Denise, and Diamond Destruct, Disco Dwarf Dork, and DJ Boom Boom Shrimp, who, by the way, is now no longer a child. Elfie Bean, Aeronamo, and Femjess, and Freeways. Oh, do I have 2 Freeways? Well, fuck. I thought the other one died. so Freeways 2. Okay, there. Freeways the sequel. We got Freeways and other Freeways. Clearly, Big Car is winning even in this fort. And G Finn Gowan the first, and Glass Half Empty the second. Herman Berman and Hiker Jag. I'm Viviotic and Jangles. Jeeves Bunny and Clander. And Jeeves Bunny and Clander for pizza. Kriegath and Lanix and Le Musketeer. Lucky Soft and Lyagushka. Manticore Alpha and MB Audio. Mini Big Boss and Mr. Mac. Munzi Wolfie and Omnipotent Disappointment, as well as Paul, Procrastin Panda, Tolis, Green Tea, Rolf, Saber, Safekeeps, Schnackenhoff, Celesti II, Space Viking, Stillanitis, Tacriel, Teleby, Technophobic Freak, Telenartho, Terminal Wetness, Tygozar, Tobzen, Vivi, White Dog, Wiz the Dwarf, and Zayadonzavito. You died to getting punted by a Bronze Colossus. Banana. MMO Junkie will take Freeways. MMO Junkie can have a Legendary Planter. Just busy grinding his planting skill over here. He's currently going to go drink. Also a proficient brewer. And a novice thresher. And wants to practice some martial art. MMO Junkie is not bothered in the slightest by deviations in the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance. He's bored by reality and would rather disappear forever into a world of made-up fantasy. Has an incredibly calm demeanor, forms only rare and fleeting emotional bonds with others, and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and doesn't seek out excitement. He is trusting and doesn't hold on to grievances, and he tends to avoid crowds. He has a sense of duty, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He tries to keep things orderly, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and values peace over war, and does not particularly value the truth. He prefers to consume persimmon wine and hates toads, and has several friends, and that's about it. Although is satisfied after learning about threshing. Remembering learning about threshing. Also worth noting, we have a rock. We have a kakapo. We have a giant great horned owl. And a big kitty. So what ended up happening to Cog's foot? We threw it in the lava. Yes. You know, what is your actual name? Resmi Ebenzith. Okay. There you go. I've now corrected the rock's name. Resmi, Bird Moses. Dwayne. Who's patient after being confined. We had some human who wanted to live here, and I had to kill him because he was trying to kill Dwayne, which was a shame. You spawned a Bronze Colossus and caged it before your first year was up? Lucky. I didn't get to cage mine. All right, so the machine works flawlessly, which means now we need to just strengthen up every other portion of our military, which means I need to dig around in an aquifer. And why, you ask? Well, that's because that's the only place that there is metals. So we are at the edge of this aquifer, and I'm going to be doing this. Which means we're going to be seeing if I can make this work. It's going to be a lot of digging through aquifers. Because if I can find more metal, it'll be very helpful. And I would like to find more metal. Because we were very low on metal, turns out. Never wrong to dig deeper? I mean, I'm digging up, not deeper. Should you buy pizza today? If you have to ask, the answer is no. I generally regret buying pizza every time I buy pizza. So, my advice is no. Here's magma. Can you make magma wheels? No. Because magma do not have same flow physics as water. They require flow physics. They're called water wheels, not magma wheels. They do not work that way. Doesn't matter how badly you want them to work that way. They do not work that way. There is no form of, like, magma power in Dwarf Fortress whatsoever. Magma Bucket Brigade? I mean, what? Well, what would that have to do with power? I mean, Nethercap won't. Because Nethercap is the only wood that can't catch fire. But no. The simple answer to that question is no. There is no way to use lava to power your fortress. We have wind and water power, that is it. But you want to? I shrug. Don't have an answer for you. The only thing magma powers is a magma forge? Yes. You can use it for fuel, but that is quite literally it. Really perplexed by the fact that nobody here is smoothing these. Like, I kind of really need someone to start smoothing this shit. You want more neat things that need power to justify having power? Mostly just pumps and minecarts is the things that you need to have power. Just transport everything with minecarts and you'll have plenty of reasons to justify power. Trust me. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm looking for metal in this bloody aquifer. And for some reason, nope. Okay, hold on. Did I accidentally... Ah, that'd be the reason. It's like, why is nobody doing this? Well, it's because I removed everybody from the job, apparently. I don't know who that is, but I feel like I should because you're telling me their video just dropped. Pumps, minecarts, and 27 millstones. I don't think I've ever had more than 2 millstones in a fort, but live your life. Uh-oh. I just found cassiterite. Well, that's not what I was looking for, but it is metal ore, so I will absolutely mine it. And I also found, apparently, more ore right here. Well, that's good. Chat room, we found more hematite. We are saved. Possibly. Remember how a second ago how I said I have no idea who you're talking about? Still have no idea who you're talking about. Good news, everybody. We have more metal ore. We have more iron ore. Means I can make more steel. Unfortunately, we still have plenty of access to wood, which is good. Currently, though, all the dwarves are running in and out of this super terrifying little walkway to get up into this very swampy mine. Actually, a very realistic mining situation of just like, yes, water comes from everywhere. We're all kind of fucked because water comes from everywhere. Even more water. The best kind of iron is the iron that's already in the flux-stone that you need to make steel. This is gonna flood so fucking fast. Let's just smooth all of this. That doesn't have ore in it, because that'll significantly cut down. Right. Okay, gotcha. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. So we irritated the zombies and the necromancers. Not too long ago. And they did us the favor of showing up at the exact same time as the elves. So now not only do we know that we are being attacked by zombies, we also, in fact, know that we are at the exact same time being attacked by elves. Well, this is fantastic. Nothing could possibly go wrong here. I think this is a very good situation, and we should all be very... we should all feel very safe about everything. So, now that I've added this to the burrow, I think I should turn on the burrow. You're just some random mercenary, that's fine. This needs to be pulled. Right now. Next thing I need to check is this down here. It's time to test the machine, my friends. Once again, yet another test of the machine. Is the front door open? It is, and it is. Sweet. So they will be able to get in. Now let's go back up to that battle. Because I like how the first exciting thing in this fort that's happened in a while happens, and Animal's like, I'm gonna lurk for a bit. Also, none of your emotes appear to be working. Just an FYI, Banana. I don't know what's going on. Also, Crypt Science isn't an emote. All right, chat room. If you are lurking in the stream right now, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? They aren't real. Your face ain't real. Neither are the bananas. So, if a necromancer shows up in the middle of this, this is going to get messy. It is getting messy. I just saw a zombie show up and immediately die. Let's take a peek at this in ASCII. Because this is going to look like something. Look at all those arrows shooting. Just a mess. There's just an N there just getting absolutely obliterated. And there goes that goblin mercenary. Can move this forward a few turns at a time. See all the arrows shooting? This human crossbowman lost ghoul right here is just taking a beating. And don't mind all of the ones that are also in the river. Well, this is great. So, lost ghouls down in here too. I was gonna say, is there like... Hopefully no necromancers here. So they're just gonna duel with this guy for all eternity. Uh-oh. Okay, there is a necromancer here somewhere. It's just a question of where. So instead of getting attacked by a bunch of elves, we're gonna get attacked by a bunch of elf corpses. Fortunately, they do move slowly. There's also apparently a kobold on the map somewhere. There's like a little bit of everything right now at this exact moment. The necromancer might just be off map because it appears that, you know, we've got elf corpses, elf arms, other elf arms, and other things. We've got another lost ghoul down here. This lost ghoul specifically is punching, or this one is smacking an elf in the head with a hemp tunic. He's whipping him with a t-shirt, chat. And this one here is getting stabbed, kind of repeatedly, actually. Meanwhile, this guy up here is the actual talented one. This one is, you know, of course, just wielding a bismuth crossbow, who is shooting bolts at the elves and dodging a lot of hits. And meanwhile, bolts are being fired down this way, too. While some of them are probably moving towards my fort. Maybe? Okay, that's a funny-looking corpse. Tunnel Moons the Grasping is this person's name. If the elves lose and there's a necro, well, the elves are losing, and there's a bunch of zombies. So I still haven't seen this necromancer. There's another ambush that we just discovered. Oh, there's the kobold. I'm so sorry. Stub Ugush Liris. A loyal citizen of Thavojimer. Run, little guy? Yeah. I don't think he's, even though I don't think this is gonna work out for him. So, can I get an F's in chat for the poor legendary kobold thief? Stubgush Liris. Or little, oh wow. He may have actually managed to kill an elf. Because this elf just fell into the, two elves actually just fell into the water. Does that mean that you just killed two elves involuntarily? Do they die? If they died, I will credit him for the kills. No. No, they did in fact get out. This elven spearman right here is, or not elven, this goblin mercenary here is duking it out with the elves. This one asked for residency and we said no. But this visitor is ready to leave. So I think he's in the process of doing just that. Or trying to. Fighting valiantly on our front lawn. Making a mess of things, really. Moving through elves, piece by piece. And the frame rate is going down. Which leads me to believe that the Necromancer's won. Which very much seems to be the case. Because there is a cloud of bleeding zombies moving towards my front lawn. And, they are now fighting with some horse. Okay. So I would say it's safe to say that the elves have lost. And, well, this is our fight now, I suppose. Let's make sure that none of them have really made it in just yet. That door's shut. Sweet. All right, so Necromancers always win. That's not true. I've seen the Undead Sieges lose before. All right, so it's probably best we just turn the machine on. There's just some loners hanging out over here. I mean, elf lost ghoul, very lost ghoul. Got some mutilated corpses down here. I could try and fight them later. Yeah, all right. I'm going to just keep the game paused. I'm going to go turn the machine on. Because I'm sure some of them have made it through.
I would love to have strange moods.
Love to have strange moods. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Acquisitipo? for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Thank you very much for supporting this channel. And shout outs to chat room for helping us earn 7030. All right, so. Some more caught. The machine is on. Dwarves are booking it into the fort. Uh-oh. Why are you here? Kiddo? You're not gonna make it back into the fort. I mean, the machine's already running. If you can make it out, I will be quite impressed. Well, no making it out for you, I suppose. Such a shame. I'm gonna station my military right here. So this creature did just kill 3 elves, as well as 31 other kills. 6 elves, 12 elves, and 6 elves, and then another 7 elves. He's now chasing a child, and also, I guess, add a child to the list. His neck is torn open. Is now running back up the stairs. Are you regrouping or are you leaving? I will follow the most far forward character. Hello, Holy Kai. How are you doing today? All right, so human mercenary Lost Ghoul is moving down into the fortress. I was really hoping they'd send necromancer experiments, but here we are. Also, Corna, hello. Good day. You get to shoot more things? Yep. No guarantees you'll hit them, but you get to shoot. I mean, you are still second in command of the squad. Saber taking the lead, of course. Enjoying alone time? But you're in a Twitch stream. I guess that still technically counts as physically alone time. Not mentally alone time. Let's see, is there any more behind him? It'd be quite funny if it's literally just one dude. And then all these just stationary elf corpses just lingering. Hold on. Let me just check something. How many of them are there? There's 16 undead. Okay, so most of them have left. But the siege still stands, so I don't know what it'll take to break the siege, necessarily. But this one zombie who killed the one elf Lost Ghoul 4 times, as well as many other things over the years, is going to walk through the bolts. Did in fact get hit by a flying squirrel bone bolt, which hit it in the thumb, and the thumb was cloven asunder. Hell yeah, Fire Dice. Sounds like a good way to spend a weekend. Doesn't seem super enthused by all of these bolts that are hitting him. They are actually doing some damage. Getting torn. One hit him in the cheek. The dwarves are doing their best here. I mean, you're going to need to go get some more bolts pretty soon. But they're doing a decent job. I mean, look at them. I literally just have an order set to make bone bolts whenever there's bones available to make bolts with. Not looking forward to cleaning up that mess on the surface. Like, genuinely. Really not looking forward to cleaning up that mess on the surface. Alright, have they all just left then? I mean, these guys are all just sitting up here, so we'll have to deal with those. Well, that's brilliant. And before they all just leave. My laddie here is literally just leaving. I kind of wish the necromancers showed up after the elves. I think they're just gonna leave, chat. You think that there's enough lava to break pathing in the machine? There shouldn't be. Oh no, you are correct. There is in fact. Misfire. Abort. You are in fact correct. There is in fact enough lava to block pathing. Also, we friendly fired Big Sparn. So, whoops. Telenartho, hi, how are you? Chat room, can I get a round of beers for our friend of the show, Telenartho? That's a little bit suboptimal. Makes me want to make a mist generator along here so that these dwarves can't catch fire. Sorry, Big Box. I guess I need to memorialize Big Box. My bad. That's that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. So I could just try fighting them, the undead. Raid didn't take you long. Damn it, Twitch. Usually, actually, that's your web browser. If you have ad block, it's likely that. Big Box died for a good cause. Big Box died, and the siege is still running, and the enemies are still on the surface. So I don't know if I agree with this. But there is enough lost ghouls on the surface that I'm a little bit worried about this. We do have some friendly zombies, though, which are always fun. He died / tried. Yeah, there you go. All right, so where did that lost ghoul go? This guy. Friendly zombies do not join you. They just will stand there for all eternity and be friendly. They're like mindless, basically. They don't have enough minds to go brains. Do what you gotta do, Talon. Cheers, dude. Today's gonna be a short stream for me, which just means I stream until I get hungry. "12 kills of other dwarves kicked over an altar and became a were-lizard?" Lizard? Where? But that's kind of fun. Are you gonna try and keep them in the fort, or is the expedition leader just, you know, done for, shall we say? So yeah, we need to kill these three, basically. So basically, I need to wait for the machine to unclog itself, and then we'll just trap them in there, I think, probably, and then just turn it on until they all die. I could also, like, put retracting bridges over this and unretract and re-retract them to remove the lava. That's also a thing I could do. Zombies rarely even wear equipment. Zombies don't have any needs because they're zombies. So if they have no equipment, they will just wear no equipment. Child grew up to be a dwarven child. Also, I guess we did technically lose 2 in that because one of them was a child. We lost a child and then also that friendly fire. Oopsie. Must be nice to have no needs. Yeah, they don't need to eat, sleep, drink, or wear clothing unless they're in the military or you manually equip clothing to them. So unless you're forcing them to wear clothing, they generally don't wear clothing. The Brush Titan Thuthu Ethreglu Rakon has come. A towering tortoise composed of coral. That's actually an awesome visual. Like, I don't know, I'm getting like some pretty cool fantasy vibes off of that one. It has large mandibles and it moves about carelessly. Beware its poisonous sting. So we have a Titan, the Raw. Who has 34 kills, as recently as year 130, 40 other kills. Has even killed some pretty notable dwarves. It's 387 years old. And it is, in fact, a towering tortoise composed of coral. It'll absolutely go after the undead. And then us. So here it goes. Hopefully this will clean up the rest of this mess. Chasing after... Oh, there goes the first law school. They are stabbing it pretty effectively with the spears. Spear Dwarf scratches the Brush Titan in the rear foot, chipping it. These are zombies that are fighting with it. The Dwarf, Spear Dwarf Law School punches it. No injuries, though, because it is made of coral, but it is shaken to the core, which means it's taken some pretty considerable damage. Spear Dwarf Law School pulls on the embedded spear. This dwarf might kill it. Spear Dwarf Law School stabs the Brush Titan in the rear leg with his steel spear, chipping it. The dwarf, Spear Dwarf gestures the butt. Oh, so this guy has special powers. He can gesture. No, it's not Famp proof. Because, it'll melt if it falls into lava. Titans are not 100% lava resistant. They are fireproof, though. So, Erish here now has a title. Erish class brushes the Crimson Staff of Hall. Because he killed the Brush Titan in the year 199. On the 1st of Malachite, the zombie Erish Spear Dwarf killed it. That's a shame. So, but it did break the siege. So that's the good news. It did, in fact, break the siege. I'd really rather you didn't, because I don't care to see AI art. Alright. If somebody wants to draw an image of the tortoise, I would love to see that, but don't care to see a computer's amalgamation approximation of some bullshit. Alright, so. Good news is, the siege is over. Bad news is, I lost 2 dwarves. The machine is off. So I can turn this off. Well, actually, no, I should leave this on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to this and open it. And I'm going to send all 3 of my squads to right here. Because I've got some zombies to clean up. So this is going to be a little difficult. I do have 6 decently trained steel-clad soldiers. Except for you. For some reason, you always refuse to equip a spear. we just need to wait for 1 or 2 more soldiers. And then we're going to go clear out some zombies. But I'm going to quick save this first in case this goes horribly wrong. Which, you know, it probably will. Didn't you have an artifact spear? Yep. Yeah, no, this dwarf spear is somewhere they can't access. But it's not that spear. The artifact spear is, like, equipped to the captain. Or was equipped to the captain. And then the captain got lost. So the captain is off map. Zombie dwarves are very different than normal dwarves. Especially the lieutenant zombies, which are what those are. Or in this case, the lost ghouls. I feel like a lot of people have block whispers turned on. You can post it in the AI art room on my Discord, but I have an AI art room for a reason. It's so that when people make, you know, plagiaristic amalgamations of a billion different art images, it goes in a room for not real art instead of going into the room for real art. So I have a room for real art. It's for, you know, art that people drew. But if you asked a computer to make some bullshit, then that's fine. All right, so now we're fighting the remainder of the elf corpses, which should go down pretty quick. So yeah, no, you're more than welcome to ask computers to make crappy fan art. At which point that's fine. I just won't look at it. I just don't care. Okay, so we're gonna send all these dwarves up this way. So we're gonna have to fight with these guys who are moving in here probably slowly. Okay. Doesn't seem to be. I will just move the melee dwarves up here. And then the ranged dwarves move up here. Here come the melee dwarves. A pretty decent job fending off these zombies on the hill. I mean, strikes the elf mutilated corpse in the right upper arm with a steel shield, and the severed part is smashed into the body in an unrecognizable mass. Omnipotent Disappointment is doing very good considering they're just wielding a shield. This dwarf here does have their steel spear. And does have a lover who's almost, and so, you know, they're doing it for almost here. They are fighting north. Exhaustion is going to be our highest likelihood of loss here. So as long as the dwarves don't get exhausted, we should be okay. Oh, I'm going to... Oh, right, yeah, no, you're made of coral. I can't even butcher that. That's a shame. There's a bunch over here. Now, I'm not going to tell them to kill any of them, because some of them are friendly. And if they're friendly, I don't actually want my dwarves to kill them. If they're friendly, I just want my dwarves to, like, ignore them. And if they're friendly, they won't join us. So Omnipotent Disappointment has a title now, which is Equal Links the Crack of Something. I would have to remove Omnipotent Disappointment's full username in order to actually check what their full title is. Because I'm assuming they killed a bunch of zombies just now. Well, aside from killing an Etten and a giant zombie magpie, yeah, no, they killed one zombie elf. Also, hello, Clino. How are we doing today? You've just been attacked by a cyclops, and it was focused on a child, so it was pretty easily killed by a miner and a cat. Shout out to the cat. Probably did their best. We got a few more here. Bolts are flying. Good stuff. Where the bolts are doing plenty of extra work. Literally just like smacking it in the head with a shield. I love this visual of this dwarf, this lady dwarf with a shield, just like curb stomping zombies to death. Let's do it. Let's get to it. So these are the friendly ones, I think. Where's the rest of the cleaning that needs to be done? If there's any more. Okay, everything else is in cages, I think. Yep, everything else is in cages. All right. Whoops, wrong button. We are clear. We are, in fact, clear. And I can go up here and just turn this off. So, I'm going to go to stocks. We're going to go to body parts. I'm going to unforbid all body parts. I'm going to go to corpses, and I'm going to unforbid all corpses. That's what I'm going to do. And another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to put a hole in this wall. I might be going, blind, why are you putting a hole in that wall? So I can put a door in it. And this is a bummer. I think what I'm going to do is this. Just going to dig a big old drain to the wall there. Because, like, I can't get to this. Doors block liquid? Yep. That's not really what I need right now. We're just trying to get rid of these bodies currently. Not you. Let's just reassign your uniform to metal armor. Should more or less get better gear. Clino, do you know anything about fixing dwarves that are stuck off map? Because I sent a bunch of dwarves out on a mission and had to cancel it after 5 of them had left, and they've never come back, and I've tried multiple different DF hack commands and a few different things. I don't know if you know anything about this, but if you happen to, assistance would be appreciated. What's up, Geza OCB? Happy Friday. Let's just get everything in the front door area cleared. And then I can go down to here and just dump all this stuff every time. I just stuck coral on. Yeah. We're going to get hit by an ad in a minute. When that goes off, I will just pause the game. Not do anything until the ad is done. So now my job is to just sit here and throw stuff into the lava. You know what? Fuck it. I'm actually just going to automate this. I'm going to build a track stop going this way. It's going to be for everything but dwarf corpses. Dwarf corpses I'll just do manually. So we're going to add a new route to the bottom of this. Add a stop. It'll be that. Add the minecart. I don't have any free ones, so I'll have to make one. And then just remove all this. Set it to load from here. And load it with corpses, all, that aren't dwarves. So that I can still bury my dwarves. No, I just need to make a minecart. I'll make it out of black cat, because I think that'd be pretty cool. All right, once the ad starts, I will pause the game. Finishing up early and thinking about a late lunch. Ooh. I need to do something fun for lunch today. Maybe I'll go out for lunch. I don't know. But I do need to do something fun for lunch today. All right, there we go. We're in the ad now. So I pause. Indian curry? Nah, not really in a curry mood. As good as curry is, not really in a curry mood. Most of the time when you've had trouble, it's been war dogs stuck somewhere. Gotcha. But fixing the pathing often releases it. No, like they'd left the map to pass to invade something. Nearest Greek place is awkwardly far, and I don't feel like ordering in. I'm probably just gonna go get pho, honestly. So it's not a matter of them pathing to the map edge. This was a mission that I sent them on like 2 years ago. Not quite 2 years, maybe a year ago in game. They left the map. I had to cancel the mission because we got attacked by an army of elves, and it was the only way to save half my squad. Otherwise, they were going to run headlong into them. So I canceled the mission so that they would retreat, and then those ones that had already left the map never came back. I've since sent the squad on multiple other missions, which has come back successfully, but those 5 that left the map are just stuck in the traveling icon and haven't come back. That's the issue. I don't care if what your real art looks like. I don't understand why you're still harping on this. I have no. Hold on, someone's knocking my door. All right. Building manager wanted to talk to me about leak in the basement. I don't know why he went through my patio and didn't just knock on my front door, but whatever. Hi, Vey. This leak bullshit. Especially because there's absolutely nothing I can do. People keep asking me, they're like, is there a leak in your unit? It's like, no. No, there isn't. Oy vey. The only people would think it'd be was because it's... So yeah, I would just say this.
Crypt debug.
Let's stop talking about AI art. If you want to talk about your art, that's fine. If you want to cheapen and make your art sound worse by talking about it in an AI context, you can do that. But let's just talk about anything else. I have zero interest in AI art. I frankly do not care. I consider it plagiarism on a good day. I don't want to talk about it. If you want to generate images to help your own imagination, go ham. I don't care. All right? That's it. Period. Like, there's an AI art room on my Discord for a reason. It's muted. I will never look at it unless somebody reports somebody posting something inappropriate there. Okay? And just to delete that thing. So, have fun in your own time with your AI plagiarism. And I'm going to end this subject here. So stop talking about it. Like Shinade, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around, dude. I have a metalsmith that just withdrawed from society. You up here. So has claimed a metalsmith's depot and a metalsmith's workshop and has already grabbed themselves iron bars. Yeah, if you drew something, I don't care what it looks like. If you drew something, feel free to talk about it and share it. It's AI art. I couldn't be more indifferent to its existence. You don't see anything help in DFhack. Yeah, the one thing I tried to use was fix retrieve units, which I've run a couple of times, which apparently fixed a gremlin the first time. But yeah, that's done nothing. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm just... There are very few... What happened to you? Dwarf's just running around with no clothes on. Oh, it's because you had clothes rot off your body. I guess that means I should make more clothes. Hold on. Let's make a set of cloth trousers and stuff. Cloth trousers. Cloth robe. Cloth loincloth. Cloth dress. Cloth shoe. Cloth sock. And let's also do silk glove, because I'm sure I've got more silk now. And silk hoods. And let's just do 80 of each. I heard some person wrote a lengthy workaround that included going into adventure mode to find and kill the leader of the missing squad. Obviously not an option here. Definitely not an option here, no. It needs to be within fort mode, and I know that I could probably retire and reclaim the fortress. That would probably fix it. But the commander never left, right? The commander did die afterwards, but the commander never left. And open it in Legends? Yeah, they're probably just standing right off map waiting for the commander, if I had to bet. So I don't think there'd be anything interesting there in Legends. This might also end up being one of those situations where, like... Okay, I think that minecart was made. This may also end up being one of those situations where, like, they are literally just sitting just off map, and in, like, 5 years, they're gonna appear on map insane. Which has happened to me before. Yeah, no, I've sent them on, like, 4 or 5 missions, and they've completed all of them. The 5 dwarves leave, and they come back with just the 5 dwarves. 3 ways. We've tried that. There's a gremlin in your base? Really? Give him a lever, he'll pull it. You had a good walk today? Hell yeah. Budgie, thank you very much for the 9th month. Almost starting a hype train. 30 seconds left. That's lovely. I see what you mean by kind of an uncanny valley, but there's definitely a recognizable style to it. It's nice. And also, Ryan, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Good to have you. And Jornelius with the Prime for the 9th month. Always check your Primes, chat room. You may be able to get ad-free viewing and some rad Dwarf emotes. And this streamer doesn't mention Prime anywhere near enough. I generally think of it as kind of like a mildly annoying meme. Or I try not to say it too much. But do check your Prime subs. So currently we are following a metalsmith who has claimed a metalsmith's forge, who is making an artifact currently. Stray giant grandhorn owl has forgotten their training. Well, that could be bad depending on where it is. Okay, it's just one in a cage, so that's actually fine. That spear, the missing one? The forbidden one? I don't think so, no. I mean, maybe. I think it might be that dwarf just has an injury which stops them from grasping, but... No, he managed to pick it up already. Unless he literally just went and picked up that one. Yeah, no, he managed to pick it up. He got his spear back. Sometimes I'd say a portion of walks, the total that go on for longer than intended is less than 10% of the amounts of walks you go on, make it less than 10% of your total time in general. It's a lot of 10% in that. It's usually because you see the opportunity to solve a domestic need when you're out. Where do you walk? I generally don't see another person when I'm out. I try to go somewhere where there's no other people anyway. I have like 6 or 7 different routes that I walk when I go on walks. Okay, so this dwarf has grabbed iron, rough milk opals, armadillo leather, goblin cap logs, and great horned owl leather. That's got nothing to do with loners. If I go for a walk, I don't need to see other people. I've got a giant flying squirrel running around the fort. Holy Kai, thanks for the $2. On the first bits of the day. Appreciate you, dude. I mean, sometimes I go on walks and I just sit in public spaces and watch people go by, but... But yeah, no, I'm curious to see what this dwarf ends up making. It's always fun to watch Metalsmith's strange moods. We also have this weaponsmith guild hall, which has been doing some work. The Forgotten Beast, Wara Erupia Ayanuimiri has come. A giant feathered Gila monster. Ooh. It has a knobby trunk, and it's the theme of a King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard song. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the $2.50. Appreciate you. As a knobby trunk and it undulates rhythmically, its gray feathers are long and sparse. Beware its poisonous bites. It's on the fun layer, meaning it may actually hit something. It may have to fight our champion, but instead it decided to walk off the map. Gonna walk back on the map. Nope. All right, well, let's keep following that strange mood then, in that case. I'm assuming this is going to be a piece of furniture or something. Another piece of armadillo leather. 30 seconds left on that little hype train chat room. Thank you very much to everybody who's chucked stuff into it. Appreciate you guys. I try not to blab about money stuff too frequently, but, you know. We don't do any sponsored time here, so everything that I make is stuff that you give me via chat. So, appreciate you guys. I feel like everybody either started with Dark Urge or is doing their second playthrough with Dark Urge. I genuinely feel like after watching quite a bit of Baldur's Gate, I don't actually think I would enjoy playing Baldur's Gate that much. I think I would really enjoy playing Baldur's Gate on a sofa with a friend. But I don't play games like that, so... not gonna be too valuable. But hopefully this dwarf makes something interesting. And you know what? I think that this dwarf is going to be... Stone, aka Seashore's Wall. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Never becomes angry, can handle stress, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and tends to be a little stubborn in changing her mind about things. She is somewhat... She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She likes little excitement now and again, and is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility to be preferable to tumult. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and values peace over war, and values self-control. And likes pitch blend and rose gold and smoky quartz and giant chipmunk leather, pigtail paper and splints and giraffe men for their long necks. And the words of the candle of convenience and the sound of the luxurious amethyst when possible prefers to consume bumblebee mead and can't stand large roaches. Must hate it here. No, we mostly have giant roaches, actually. Thin and weak dwarf, and says, let there be peace throughout the world. $79, I had that a prime number. Bloody hell. How did I know that? I don't know anything about prime numbers, to be honest with you. How dangerous is a were-cavey dwarf? Lock it up in its own room. Don't let it out. Don't ever let it out. Make sure it stays away from the rest of your dwarves and doesn't touch them ever. Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, has created... Gomomerilithiresh, an iron scepter, and offers it to the Mark of War. This is an iron scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square, brilliant cut milk opals and encircled with bands of armadillo leather and alpaca wool. This object is adorned with hanging rings of great horned owl leather, goblin cap, and red flash opal, and menaces with spikes of iron. On the item is an image of dwindled. I read it as deviled name initially, but dwindled name, the adamantine battle axe in armadillo leather. And now you are a legendary metal crafter. Congratulations. I think that's either going to go into the library. You know what? Actually, no. I'm going to put that into the Weaponsmith's Guild, I think. Which... where did I put that? I know I made a Weaponsmith's Guild. Where did I put that Weaponsmith's Guild? Right here. It's going to go into here. This is the Weaponsmith's Guild, which needs some prettying up anyway. Oh, hell yeah. Looks like it's pretty good quality. Yay! Yeah, I'm quite happy with everything, Fourth Wall. Fourth Wall currently is trying to take on Patreon. They are very heavily pushing their members service. And their biggest pitch is that you can gift memberships in chat. But personally, I feel better sticking with Patreon. It's not that I expect Fourth Wall to go away. Like, they seem like a service that's probably going to be around for a while. But, like, I'm not certain that I want to swap membership companies. I don't know. Kind of mixed feelings about that. I think I'm going to knock out this wall up here and add a second floor to this. Because I think this would look better with, like, pillars here. There it is, the Iron Scepter. Okay, overall, I think that fight went pretty well. So, other things I need to put into this minecart are going to be clothing, I think. Actually, just armor in general. We'll just say all armor. Although, nothing made of metal. Because they are going to basically load up everything that gets thrown into here and put it into this minecart, and it automatically gets dispensed. This one started at year 100. This fort started at year 180. I think the first fort I did in this world started in 140? They're having epiphanies all day, Stone. Will legendary items be used as miscellaneous weapons and retain the accuracy bonus that weapons get? Will legendary items used as miscellaneous weapons? Legendary items. Define legendary items. Do you mean artifacts? What do you mean when you say legendary items? Is the question. Curious as to where this gets put. Artifacts have the accuracy bonus, yes. Doesn't matter who's using them or when they're being used, or the context of that use. Also, Stone, how do you feel about joining the military? I think what I should actually be recruiting for would be the Dwarf squad, though. Because they're going to get a lot more use, I think. Something else that I'm kind of thinking about doing with this squad, though, that might fix it, and this is a gamble, but send them off map and then delete the squad when they're off map. That's a maybe gamble that might fix this. Beaudio is a proficient Dwarf. Procrastin Panda is a proficient Dwarf, so I'll toss you in there. Curious where this clothing's gonna end up going, because I see it's got a move the clothing option on it. So I'm wondering if it's going into a stockpile or if it's going into a bedroom. Unless Kiddo's just wearing it. Yeah, Kiddo's just wearing it. Never mind. Right. What else? Is there anybody else that have got wrestling skills? Mostly just looking for dwarves that are decent Marks dwarves. Like Tele. You're an adequate Marks dwarf. This dwarf is a novice wrestler, so we will give them that job. Now this whole squad is full. Just half the battle here. Value of this is up to 27,000. Gotta love it. Knock out the corners first. Do you know the best time to go to the dentist? No. And I'm not going to answer the rest of this because it's turning into a pun. If you want to tell bad jokes like that, be a grown-up and cheer $1 worth of bits for it. And do it on text-to-speech. Otherwise, I refuse to acknowledge most of them. Because goddamn, I don't get paid enough to hear your bad jokes. However, I do get paid enough to inflict my bad jokes on you. So, ha. $230? Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Checks out. Also, tooth hurty isn't a good time to go to the dentist. You should go to the dentist before tooth hurty. It's too late if tooth already hurty. So the way I would form that question is, how do you know when it's time to go to the dentist? Because you need it real bad. It's when it's tooth hurty. Tisk. A bad joke, not bed joke. Minus 2 points for the typo? Yes. Plus 1 point for effort. Sup, Darman? All right. I'll put a pillar there. All right, so we do have quite a bit of steel currently. How are we doing on bars? We got 26 iron, 130 steel bars. That's what I like to see. 130 steel bars, and they're all there. So let's do some steel. Do 10 steel spears, steel breastplates, steel shields, steel gauntlets, steel helms. Definitely forgetting something. What am I forgetting? We got spear, breastplate, shield, gauntlet, helm. Greaves and low boots. That should be fine. 10 of each. And we're stuck in an ad, so I will wait until the ads are done. Also, chat room, expect literally every single streamer you follow to be streaming Assassin's Creed Mirage for the next couple days. Because Ubisoft is giving everybody with a Twitch channel and more than like 20 concurrent viewers a copy of Assassin's Creed. So, if you don't like watching Assassin's Creed, maybe just like, no, don't use Twitch for a week. Because like everybody's going to be streaming Assassin's Creed for a bit. And also it has drops. So. You forgot that exists? I try to do my best to forget that it exists. We'll probably not play it anyways. Fair enough. I mean, like, those of you with refined taste in Twitch channels probably won't encounter this. But, just so that you're aware, literally every person is getting a key for that game. What would we do without drops? Have legitimate audiences, maybe? You know, it's funny. I've actually never streamed a game that's had drops. Which is probably, like, a dumb thing. I probably should stream games that have drops. But we're in the ads now, so I will wait. You know, rule number 1 of bad jokes is don't repeat a bad joke that somebody else said a couple of minutes ago. Dwarf Fortress drops when? What in the world would you get for Dwarf Fortress? We've had this discussion before, but like, it's always like or drops. It's like you watch a stream for an hour and you get an item or something. What? Dwarf Fortress has absolutely. So I don't know. Tamed Forgotten Beasts. Free adamantine gear on Embark Pog. I mean, you know you can just like embark with adamantine. You can just do that. I mean, you requires a little bit of modding, but you can just do that. Did I get my festival ticket yet? Hobo has my festival ticket. Because he paid for them. Because he has the big credit card. I don't have the big credit card, so he just bought them all. A dwarf present called Ghibli that is also a legendary accent. What festival? When We Were Young. When We Were Young is happening during TwitchCon on the Sunday. So myself and some friends from chat are going to go see it. Because why would you want to go to TwitchCon and like not ditch the last day and just like go see Green Day? So yeah, it's like Green Day, Sum 41, Blink 182, every single pop punk band from the early 2000s. I mean, it's so jazzed on nostalgia. Yep. You want to go too? Yeah, me too. But yeah, no, I Hobo paid for the ticket and I paid him back, so. Good evening, Mind. How are you? Although it's not even afternoon here yet. So this is going to be the second floor of my Metalsmith's Guild. Or Weaponsmith's Guild, shall we say. And Big Box is going to get a special memorial down here, where the squad trains. Because frankly, I think that dwarf earned it. Laughing about something her daughter did today. What's the point of having kids if you don't just sit there and laugh at them all day? How was the Iron Maiden concert I had the other day? It was great. Maiden's fun. They put on very good shows. I will say Bruce Dickinson, when he tries to talk about politics, starts to sound like an old boomer at times. But aside from that, aside from him just like using some very questionable words, the show itself was fantastic. Those dudes still got it. Like I know that they're kind of getting up there, but Jesus Christ. Like, they absolutely still got it. Found her next to the phone with a note in her hand with the number on it, and we later got a message that she had phoned and left a message to one of the guys working at the family's farm. She's 2. I mean, Good for her. I mean, that's pretty good. There we go, getting rid of that miasma. Okay, so most of these dwarves are either constructing stuff or slowly cleaning up the surface. Those necromancers made a bloody mess, let me tell you. But the other thing that we're going to do is I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to go down here. That zombie's friendly, don't mind him. And I'm going to dump all of these. All of these. Same with this. And all of this. And you might remember, I cut a hole in my ceiling. That's because I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to build a... yeah, why not? Let's just go all the way along. Sorry, why is that no access? Oh, I see. Put that granite right there. And then I will make flooring all the way along here. And then I'm going to put maybe a cat up in here. Fortify a bunch of this. And then wall that off. Snatcher, think of the children. Oh, bunch of goblin snatchers up here. I like how the snatchers just walk right through the dwarves and just chase the kids. Like, oh, there's kids. Oh, here come the snatchers. Anyway, so do the soldiers. So I'm sure we'll be fine. I think my soldiers already got this. In fact, let them kill the rest of them. That's very funny. I'm kind of envious of the person who got to answer that phone call, actually, because that's hysterical. Got a phone and left an email, and a work email on it, and to a pretty high-up coworker, said nothing but gibberish, didn't realize until the next day, he laughed it off. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'm always worried when stuff like that happens, and like, oh no, what if they take it super bad? You know, like... Because the stuff like that is just so harmless. Lovely when that happens. And people are cool with it. So we're just trying to get all this crap out of here right now, mostly. There's so much of it. But should ideally clean up pretty quick. Ideally, it should clean up pretty quick. Most of them will come running back down here and chuck it. Meanwhile, then none of them started making those weapons just yet. Ah, I see. Literally nothing has been queued up yet. Well, that's why. Where's my manager at, then? And before I lost my manager. Oh, there's a Devilish. Devilish is my manager. You are drinking. Can you go queue up a job for me, please? I mean, you do, in fact, have a study in quarters. Instead, you're pondering social behavior. I guess I made the mistake of making my manager into a... you know, someone who ponders. I'm going to remove Devilish from that job, even though they were pretty good at it. And I think Hiker Jag is now officially the manager. Hiker Jag, you've been promoted to the position of the person Karen talks to. There we go. Too busy pondering, yes. Full-time ponderer, yes. Now can simply ponder until they can no longer ponder. Ponder frolly pondery. Meanwhile, I mean, Hiker Jag is also still pretty busy. I mean, like, you know, expert mechanic, talented engineer. I think we'll just let them go store an item in stockpile, and we'll see if they go do the stuff that I asked them to. Got fired? No, not fired. Side promoted? It's full-time ponderer instead of full-time ponderer and paperwork doer. Chat room, I have good news. For the first time in recent memory, the dwarves are trading with us. This is excellent news. The dwarves haven't traded with us in 5 years because the last few times we traded with them, we got attacked the literal second they walked onto the map. And then all my dwarves, you know, got them all stabbed to death. We've lost multiple outpost liaisons on this map due to this, and so it's very good that we're finally getting the opportunity to trade once again. So that is a celebration, if I do say so myself. And so thus it's time for me to click on all of the shirts that need to be exported. And also this backpack, why not? So chat room, somebody asked me to make a video, which might be a bit of a challenge for me, but because I'm recording stuff for other project anyway, it won't be too bad. And the reason I say that this would be a bit of a challenge is just the presentation of it. But somebody on the roadmap video left a comment and said, could you make a video with footage of adventure mode as a top 10 video, like list video, of things that you can do in adventure mode because they just want something to hype them up for it? That's something I should make. Did you watch that, chat? Adventure mode is so daunting. Yeah, well, I mean, the reason I say it is because, like, I am going to be recording footage of it anyway. Yeah, we'll just do that. I feel like I could trade more. How many yak bone bolts do I... Oh, you know what? I can sell arrows. Let's do that. Let's sell arrows, because I'm using bolts, not bows. Will there be adventure mode streams when it's out? On this version. I probably won't stream classic adventure mode, though. Mostly because while I like adventure mode, to me, adventure mode is only really interesting if it works with fortress mode. Because the most fun I have with adventure mode is like building the base of a fortress with like up to 20 dwarves, basically playing the first year of a fortress, right? Then starting a party of adventurers on the other side of the map with like 20 adventurers, and then, or maybe not 20, but like with like 10 adventurers, taming a bunch of animals, learning a bunch of poetry, gathering a bunch of items, and adventuring to that fort that I started building as a migrant wave, and then retiring them in that fort, and then reclaiming that fort and continuing to play that fort. That's one of my favorite things to do with adventure mode. Or alternatively, before I start a new fort, adventuring to a location as an adventurer to pre-explore locations. Because like I wouldn't want to retire this fort, right? Because there's lots of weird bugs with retiring forts. As an example, it moves water around. So I guarantee you this entire thing would be flooded if I were to retire and reclaim this fort. This would all be flooded, most likely. So because of that, I don't like to retire forts unless they're super early. So basically get like you're starting stuff down, get the first migrant wave till you get up to 20 population, haven't really started digging yet, there's not much going on in the fort, and then you adventure there with a bunch of, I don't know, gecko men and elves and 2 humans and 5 dwarves and a gorlak, you know? And then those end up being your main characters for the fort, you know, like, I always talk about the concept of main characters at Dwarf Fortress, where like the most interesting way for me to have fun in Dwarf Fort is like by naming a couple specific dwarves and those becoming my main characters. I'm actually going to remove dump from everything up here and see if I can sell all this elvish stuff. Basically making a couple of dwarves my main characters and focusing on them, because like that's how I like to play the game, right? So I like to do that with yeah, there we go. This will be a much faster way of getting rid of all this. That is my preferred way to play Dwarf Fortress, is having main characters, and adventure mode makes making main characters
Half
really
a year
easy.
crypt beer.
So that's why I like adventure mode, is because it makes making main characters very easy. And Replay DK, thank you very much for the 5th month. All right, sorry, no, 5th month streak. 6th month on a 5-month streak. I can read. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for sticking around for so long. Nope, don't sell that cape. Cape is very important. All right, let's and where? Headwear. Except for steel, basically. There's something about wooden leggings that just... I can't imagine that being comfortable. Let's also get rid of all these long ones, actually, because these are long. I don't know if dwarves can wear long clothing. Actually, let's just do this. Sell all of these bows. Pretty sure I have an artifact bow, actually, so let's just make sure this isn't on this. Probably isn't because it's on a pedestal. Yeah, no, we're good. Sweet. Increases the number of items quite significantly. And we'll send Basement Kill up here. But the Crypt Burrs are amazing. I'm glad you like Burr. Burr was an animal emote. Animal drew Burr for us. So shoutouts to Animal for drawing Burr. PL Fire and Dice. I said dice, not ice. Fire and ice, not fire and dice. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Means a lot. It especially means a lot because thanks to the generosity of people who watch this channel, we have enough subscribers that Twitch upgraded us to Partner Plus, meaning I get 70% of that instead of 50, like a lot of channels do. Appreciate you. I keep on, like, spoonerisming words today. Can dwarves still not use bows and or craft arrows? They can, but I like to just use one or the other for the whole fort. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why do people keep going near the rock? Okay, sweet. They're still trading with us, but they did... Sure, they're not going to be happy about this. All right, that's it, Rocky. You are going to be full healed again, but you're going to go into a cage. I kind of don't want to put you into a cage, but you need to go into a cage. You are a danger to the stupids around you. And then I will build you a pen. I think what I could do actually is I could move the rock up to this area, up in here, because I was saying that I was going to build a space for an animal. I could just seal the rock up there so it could see stuff. Could do that, but I don't really want it to get killed that way. Are you locked up in your hospital? Are they actually werewolves? Because I've only ever seen one werewolf ever. Those are extremely rare to run into. Wow, that's kind of cool. Because there's like 200 different possible creatures that the wereisms could be, and it's very rare that they'll actually be wolves. Hello, Irish Stupid. How are you today? Oh, true. Okay. What can you do with them? So they are extremely dangerous, so keep them away from your dwarves at all costs. First piece of advice. They topple furniture and knock stuff over and break things, so you can't really use them for crafting. You could put them in a pit and then have invaders above them and then drop the invaders into the pit with them and wait for the invaders to turn into werewolves and then slowly kill each other. You could send them by themselves to invade something and infect an enemy civ with wereism, although then it'll make were creatures more likely. You could pair them up one by one, like I said, with enemies, and then release the enemies once they've been bit to sabotage the entire home faction all at once. You could put a lever in a room with them that's attached to something, and if they're not an asshole, they will pull it. However, the problem with locking dwarves up in an area and making them into lever pullers these days, assuming he decides to not topple the lever, which he might, is if they start to get slightly stressed, which generally creatures like that do, they'll eventually want to see the manager and try and attend a meeting and then refuse to do any jobs. Meaning they will just sit there trying to attend a meeting for forever if they're locked in their own space and can't escape. So I wouldn't actually recommend that these days. That used to be a more viable thing until they added in the, like, complaint to manage person in charge thing. Which, admittedly, fantastic feature. But, you know, it only benefits you in so many ways. Mostly helping keep the dwarves happy. Hey, board guy. Everything's all right. There's some weirdness going on in my building. Apparently, there's a leak in the basement that's coming from my unit. And apparently it's like directly beneath my bathtub, but this might sound gross. I haven't used my bathtub in 3 days. So if they noticed the leak yesterday, the last time I used my bathtub was like a 10-minute shower 4 days ago. So I don't think it's coming from me. It was the neighbor on the other side of the wall. That's my suspicion. But I've had 4 different people talk to me, and my landlord sent a plumber over to take a look at my bathtub yesterday. And he said that there was nothing he could do, so. And today the head of the building who works for the management company that manages this building for the strata. It is an owner's building, but you know, they still have a management company. Basically, head of caretaking showed up on my patio not too long ago and was just like, hey, is your bathtub leaking? And I was like, nope. Also, like, talk to my landlord because there's literally nothing I can do. Raspberries, blueberries, cavefish. Shout out to my landlord. She's pretty on the ball and quite good about getting things done. I quite like my landlord. Let's keep trading. But, like, I'm currently in that boat, though. I think it's... If I were to blame somebody, I would say it's probably my next door. Here's to not a shitty landlord. Yeah, no. I think I'm also a good tenant, which helps. I pay my rent on time. I've been a tenant for forever. And there was one time rent was late, and it was their fault. Because they forgot to hit the button. So they were just like, we haven't received rent yet. I'm like, well, it's in my account. They're like, hold on, let's check something on our end. Sorry, that was our fault. I was like, there you go. So red was late once and it wasn't my fault. I'm going to buy this raw clear glass so I don't need to bother making crystal glass or clear glass for artifacts. But yeah, since we just had a little hype train, the thing that I'm working on right now for Twitch money things is my goal is to just basically long-term hold the numbers that I would need to get Partner Plus again next year. So just kind of like, you know, guarantee long-term holding of that. That is the current goal. That is the whole current goal right now, is just hang on to the numbers required for Partner Plus, because that is the biggest benefit I've had for streaming just like maybe ever. So I will say I had like my best day ever for resub revenue yesterday. So even though like yesterday by all accounts was kind of a slow day, it still was kind of fantastic because of the better sub split. So all right, stupid. Thanks for the 11 pennies. Appreciate you. Let's do Mitten. Need to just get rid of that bin. Also, there isn't even a Mitten in here. What? Huh. Kind of tempted to just sell this, actually. Because I'm looking at the weapons that are in here. It's like, well, it's mostly wooden swords. A 70% went through. Yep, I got that. So I now get 70% from Twitch. Yeah, we've had it since the first. Let's just get rid of all those. What else can I do here? Like where?
Over here, he has a sword.
Still more stuff I can throw in here. Hey, Ben. Hopefully the bot fixed itself today. And Casper as well. It's good to see you. It's respectable as hell. I don't think anything I do for work is torture, really. I've had torturous jobs. I think the closest thing to torture that this job can be is the closest to torture that this job can be for me isn't really that bad. It's mostly just like it'd be real nice if like it was easier to take vacations, but that's about it. So the elf lost ghouls are fighting with giant roaches on the surface. Those friendly zombies appear to be fighting with giant roaches. I'm going to station my 2 squaddies up here. And that means a lot still. Upgrading that subscription. The stuff from the elves into charcoal? Oh, like make, like crafting it? I'll bet you could mod that into the game pretty easily. Like genuinely? You probably could. Let's go to footwear. I don't think I did much of the footwear. Yeah, no, I certainly didn't. This is me like trying to get the absolute most out of this trading. We're about to get hit by an ad, but it's more of this, so not really missing much. Kind of looking for steel. I might actually just search for steel low boots after I'm done with this, because I probably clicked them. Okay, so let's just say low. Literally none of the steel ones are even in there. Yeah, that's totally fine. Perfect. No, I have found metal. I was actually just digging some more, but we weren't able to get it out quick enough. The problem is that it is all just in aquifers, right? So I need some way of draining it that's more effective than what I'm currently doing. What I'm kind of thinking about doing is literally just going down to this cavern down here and digging all the way up into here and just digging a drain for the whole thing. But like, and then just having a way of blocking it, and it'll eventually turn into a water reservoir. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's very difficult to actually get to the metal because of where it's located. But on the bright side, I mean, I do have 130 steel bars currently. So like we are making some progress. I'm just very limited on the amount of metal that I get. We are up to mid-autumn. We can get even more of this stuff done. We're mostly just selling them armor and clothing from the raid that the elves just sent us. Just trying to get as much of this sold as possible. Okay. Let's see. Do they have anything down here? They did bring one piece of parchment. I will trade for that. I'll also take those crutches and the cheese. Hey, Saphiro. No, I just name dwarves periodically as people ask for them. Because, like, that's the way I used to do it, and, like, summer's pretty slow. I mean, if the stream gets super busy again and, like, I have, like, 80 people demanding a dwarf every single time I ask if anybody wants a dwarf, I will turn the redeems back on, but there was just no reason to have it on over the summer. Because, like, it's just not been busy enough. Like, if it goes unredeemed for an hour, I might as well just be like, hey, does anybody want a dwarf right now? And then when somebody wants, then just let people. I just name dwarves after people. Is your dwarf still alive? I can check. I think so. We haven't had too many deaths. I know I read through them, but it goes in one ear and out the other. Yeah, Darman 96. Yeah, you're still alive. Currently wandering around the Blood Flats. You do never become angry still. You had a lover, and unfortunately, he died. He drowned. So, rest in peace, your dwarf's boyfriend. How's Lanix? Running the squad. Currently getting provisions. You killed a Minotaur. You soloed a Minotaur. And you've killed a dwarf zombie. Disco Dwarf Dork is still your spouse. And he's alive and well. Brewing, mostly. You are content after eating a fine dish. And are currently going to go get possessions, and you're being followed by a monkey. You have 2 peach cider stews. And some dwarven wine. And a steel spear in your right hand. Did your dwarf die? Yes. So your dwarf died because you got caught out in... or by a siege, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it was just really poor timing. I want to say ambush, actually. Elven ambush. Let's get rid of more of this. Let's buy those gems. So we can create a Neezer the Second. Are they smart enough to melt it down and use it against you? No. No, they will not. Although if you were able to visit them in adventure mode, you may see adamantine figurines everywhere. Honorable death, scouting out enemies. I would say yes. Honorable death, indeed. It's better than the dwarf that died because they got their head ripped off by a ghost. Like, that's the bad way to go, I would say. The merchants have embarked on their journey, which is a bloody shame. But we can just go back to throwing all this crap out. At least most of the bodies are already gone. Good lord, there's so much stuff right there. It's downright terrifying. I always like to tell people about the first time I ever saw a ghost in Dwarf Fortress. It literally just appeared, picked up a loose table, hurled it at a dwarf, which sliced the dwarf in half and spilled the dwarf's guts. And then after that, the dwarf ran across the map screaming, saying, "I feel all right," and then died. So yeah, that was kind of horrifying. This was a while ago, too, so the ghost just looked like a little N. That is vastly incorrect. No, there's a good number of different types of ghosts that have all sorts of behaviors. This is a spoilery article, just a heads up. But these are all the different activities they can do. Based on these are all the different notifications you can get based on their temperament. And then these are the different effects they can have. So they can drift around the place of death and frequent locations. So basically, forlorn haunts go to places where dwarves, where that dwarf used to live. Then there's restless haunts. They drift around the place of death and frequent location. Also haunts dwarves, causing unhappy thoughts. Then you can get ones that steal items. You can get ones that just make items disappear endlessly. You can get ones that topple furniture. You can get dwarves that will possess dwarves, causing them to throw tantrums and may still be capable of battering other dwarves. You can get ones that make sleeping difficult, so the dwarves are always tired. You can get ones that trouble one unfortunate dwarf at a time, go after them. You can get ones that batter dwarves, and some can sometimes remove limbs. That's the one that did that. And then you can get ones that batter, scare, and paralyze, capable of scaring a dwarf to death. So if you find a dwarf contorted in fear, they're scared to death. And then murderous ghosts, which will just straight up kill dwarves. The best dwarf ghost effect that we ever had was I had a dwarf for Farmer Femme. If you've ever seen Farmer Femme in chat, she had a dwarf under an old username in Long Death, and that dwarf got murdered. And I knew which dwarf did it. I saw it, but like I had no crimes, and none of the other dwarves witnessed it, so I wasn't able to arrest the dwarf. So we didn't actually arrest the dwarf. And I'm gonna move the rock into here. And then what's the word? The dwarf that then about a year after that dwarf got murdered, I forgot to properly bury the body. There was a piece of the dwarf that got stuck somewhere, so the dwarf didn't get fully buried. About a year after that dwarf was murdered, they came back and possessed the dwarf that murdered them, and then threw a tantrum, and after throwing the tantrum, went and confessed to the murder of the dwarf. So basically, dwarf dies, right? Followed by dwarf dies because it's murdered. Then the murdered subject went and possessed its murderer and admitted the crime after causing a bunch of structural damage to the fortress. So, you know, ghosts can be pretty badass. Yeah, also, the really mean ghosts condom model only, like, I think you can only get a murderous dwarf if they, were if they died at the maximum possible negative mood, or if they made or had a fell mood before they or if they had a fell mood before they died. So it's pretty unlikely that you'll actually get a ghost that's angry enough to actually do that. I'm thinking about doing this. Bringing some lava up to about here and covering this with just like a walkway or whatever. And then having another magma forge out, or yeah, another magma forge just outside of the guild hall here, a patio. I think that would look lovely. I will say that which one is it? The Forlorn Haunt, totally fine. They just drift around and they don't even spook dwarves. There was one person at one point who said that they did a fort where they had a rule of not memorializing any dwarves. And they said most of their dwarves went insane. However, they would just destroy the bodies. Like, they would just throw them into lava. However, they had a couple of dwarves who made friends with the Forlorn Haunts and actually started talking to them. What's up, Manuel? It's very kind of you to say. So, there is that, which is kind of nuts. I've never tried doing that. Although, I will say this. Halloween is coming up. I don't know if it's necessarily a challenge, but it's certainly like... It's going to put your dwarves through a lot of attrition, right? We always do a Halloween fort, yeah. Probably my favorite one was when we found a faction that only worshipped gods of death, made a death cult fort, and then that fort ended by me pulling a lever and dropping every single one of the living dwarves into the magma sea, which was pretty great. Yeah, it's less of a challenge and more just of it ends your fort quickly. I generally think of challenge as like some sort of restriction that makes the game harder. It doesn't really just make the game harder. It just kind of puts a clock on your fort. But yeah, I mean, making a fort where we don't memorialize any dead and try and get necromancers could be a lot of fun, actually. Could be a lot of fun. Will I stream IRL on my trip? I will never do an IRL stream. Please don't ever ask. My personal life is for my personal life, not for you. And if I'm at a convention, I'm working. I don't kind of want to do something with that thing. But we didn't kill it. The elves did. Although I am currently out of pedestals, I think. I think I'm just going to forbid this. I might do something. Oh, no, not that button. This button. Just going to leave that forbidden right now. I might do something with it. You know, I was looking into it. Apparently, that's not my phone. That's just the Twitch streaming app. If you IRL stream, you're supposed to use the Streamlabs app or one of the other better apps. I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't give enough of a shit about, like, letting people into bits of my personal life. If I'm in public, I'm in public. If I'm streaming, I'm streaming. And, like, those two things shouldn't cross, in my opinion. A lot of IRL streams, like, the reason they gain popularity is because they just go around and fuck with people and make the rest of this industry look bad. And I've almost no interest in taking part in that kind of activity, so. It's not why I stream. Like, I will occasionally film a hike or something, but that's about it. That's about the most that I will do. There's a statue of a cavey going right there. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with IRL streaming. It's just not something I like doing. Not the type of content that I make. This is taking 10,000 years. Okay, well, they built this, so that's good. I mean, I still think one of my favorite quotes about my channel ever is from Clinodev. I'm not sure if Clino's still here, but it's from Clinodev. And the reason it's one of my favorite comments about my channel ever is it's literally just, I like Blind IRL streams because I have photo evidence that he has touched grass in the last decade. Which is true. There is, in fact, photo evidence of me, and video evidence even, of me feeding birds and stuff while on hikes. And camping. Like, I'll send thank you messages to people who buy merch while I'm camping, but that's about the most I'll do. If I'm not streaming, I'm in personal time. And also, I will say this, Puphead, for whatever it's worth, every single hiking video I have uploaded has severely underperformed versus my normal content. So, it's not even like it's yeah, the stuff that I have made in the past has done well. It's like, nah, the stuff that I have made in the past has underperformed. Even like the vlog that I made about like going to PAX did awful. It didn't even get 1,000 views, so it's like, all right. Let's get them swapped out to new uniforms. Better gear, go. Yeah, no thank you. I'm good. I mean, I'd like the 1,000,000 likes, but I'd like the 1,000,000 likes on something that's relevant to my content. Not completely unrelated.
Here is the payment for the dumb joke I subjected you to earlier.
Yeah, you
Cheers.
didn't actually need to do that, but thanks for the dollar. Appreciate you, man. Didn't actually need to do that though. I was just pulling your leg, mate. See, if you're gonna tell terrible jokes, you have to pay me to subject me to them. You don't actually. But if you don't pay me, I will complain at you. So, this dwarf has no ability to grasp. So their clothing is just falling off their body. I too would just be standing here praying. But he wants to practice some martial arts, so. It'll be a good day indeed once these dwarves have finished throwing all this shit out. I'm gonna send my squaddies to go train. I'm gonna add a few more dwarves to the military. Mostly looking for dwarves that want to practice some martial art. And dwarves like you. You dream of creating a great work of art, Tobes. Dreaming of mastering a skill, and this skill was realized. You know what, Tobes? We'll throw you into the military too. Wait, actually, are you not already in the military? No, you're not. Okay, I thought this dwarf was. Dwarves without hands can write books. They can also catch fish. This Gelder here dreams of raising a family. Isn't given to doesn't seek out excitement. Or a dabbling mace dwarf, though. You really want to learn something and think abstractly. This dwarf is going to get a bunch of exclamation points, but that's because they're going to become a scholar instead of a military dwarf. Because that dwarf wants to learn something and think abstractly. Because they have these needs. Let's go learn something, dwarf. The Gelder wants to have a family. I mean, there's nothing hypocritical about working in like a veterinary discipline and also having a completely unrelated family of your own species. It's like saying vets can't have families. It's a little mean. What do you got against vets? I like working in a butcher shop and not being a meat eater. It's a living. I guarantee you there's a butcher who's a vegan somewhere. Or a vegetarian butcher. Like that has to exist. Will well buckets go through grates? I've never tried. Why don't you try building a well over top of a grate and see if the well is operational? I'm just seeing if this dwarf goes and... Alright, I will remove you from all other jobs. Let's just let you go be a scholar. And this dwarf wants to socialize and stay occupied. So because this dwarf has jobs, I'm going to make this dwarf in this naked dwarf here, who wants to socialize and stay occupied. They are going to be the entertainer in this tavern. Performer. Which apparently they are very talented at. So let's see how this dwarf feels while being occupied entertaining people. See if you actually go do that. Maybe you will. Probably you won't. But it'd be nice if you did. Isn't the vegan and butcher a tofu artist? I don't know. Maybe. Is there a tofu artist named Vegan Butcher? It's not the sort of thing I Google. But I don't mean like in name. I mean like there's got to be somebody who works in a butcher shop who also happens to be vegan. That has to exist. Can't make powder because I don't have an empty bag. What does my hospital have in it right? Oh, we do have plenty of powder for casts. We just don't have any soap. Just need to make a soap maker shop, I think. Let's jump up to here. I don't know where to put this. I'm actually going to slim this stockpile down a little bit. And put 2 soap maker shops down here. No access to an empty bucket. Okay. Make 10 wooden buckets and also use a quick DF hack command. Fix dry buckets. All right. There you are. What's up, Plutorino? It is the most well, I think paper might actually be more complex in like number of steps, but it's one of the more complex things you have to make in Dwarf Fort. Yep. Giant roach meat. I am just okay. How much giant? Wow. Huh. I know I've been butchering some giant roaches, but geez. We're eating bug meat, chat. Delicious. Also, hello, Anvil. Clear glass is the most work intensive. I think depending on the type of paper is. Because if you're, say, farming pigtails, then you have to press the plants into a... You have to press the plants. Then you have... Hold on. I need to look at the wiki. Pressing into slurry... Okay, the paper industry, if you're going the quicklime route, is the most work intensive. Because you have to butcher an animal, you need calcium carbonate stones, you make quicklime, milk of lime. So kiln, ashery, tanner's shop, parchment, quire, but yeah, so books are more work intensive. And there's a lot of things that just need to happen in the middle. So, yeah, no, books are definitely the most intensive. I just think it's really neat that this dwarf is just the highest ranked dwarf anyway to be a musician in this fort. Thank you, Dumb Deal. Hopefully, it gets to stay at full operations for a little bit. All right, so I'm going to move this rock because random visitors keep trying to kill it, and it's a bit of a bummer. I'm just going to put it in my tavern. I feel bad for it. You didn't even know you could use quicklime for that? Yep. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think crystal glass is more work intensive than clear glass, just because you also need to mine rock crystals. But like, yeah, no, it's a process. Sub on Twitch or Patreon? So I guess it depends on how much you use Twitch, but subbing on Twitch is excellent marketing. So from like a marketing perspective, subbing on Twitch, I get more money from the Patreon. But subbing is excellent marketing because like resubs remind people to subscribe. Use of emotes reminds people to subscribe because they want the emotes. So from a marketing perspective, just having a lot of subscribers on Twitch is significantly better. But from a financial perspective, Twitch. So I guess it's really, I don't know. It's up to you. Whatever is most convenient for you is what's best for me. It's not Humble Bundle. I mean, I don't even promote my Humble Bundle link anymore, mate. I don't even think there's a link to it beneath the stream anymore. I'm pretty sure I just got rid of that at some point. Definitely substantial twitching because a dead chat is a boring chat. I'd rather have lots of people subbing to me on Twitch. Not unless they're jumping into it. Anvil. People were hitting it a lot 2 months-ish ago, buying table Pathfinder CRPGs. Totally. But I don't particularly care to promote something that gives IGN money. Ire Stupid, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Raccoon with Matches. A truly terrifying concept. Usernames in this channel are, yeah, I think that's just Twitch in general. Right, so we are still cleaning up after this siege, but we are getting there. I think I need a faster method of removing items. But we are getting there. You can rename literally anything in Dwarf Fortress. Except for, like, an article of clothing. But anything that you've constructed, like, I can rename a bridge. Just click on the little quill pen. Can rename a trap. Or, not a wall piece, obviously, but, like, basically anything else, yes. So you know what? I don't want to put a pen past your thing here. I'm just going to chain something up here. So I want them to stay up here. Although it's significantly less important to rename levers now. Like this lever here is called front gate. But because you can just click on show linked items and then jump to them, you couldn't do that before. So like a long time ago, like you would jump into a fortress that you hadn't been in a while, and then it's like, well, time to figure out what these buttons do. And that was always an adventure. Also, a positive thing about having these elves here, these friendly zombies, is they may actually spot enemies for me. They may actually spot enemies for me. Which would actually just be straight up really, really nice. So this dwarf Iteb was the partner of Big Box, who burst into flames in the last fight. And seems to have very similar needs and really wants martial training. So I think he's going to follow in her partner's footsteps and join the Spear Dwarfs. And also, we'll do another naming session of dwarves when we get more migrants, by the way. And we'll see you later, Takril. Thanks for hanging out today. So now you're going to go pick up equipment. I'm curious as to what this dwarf ends up picking up. Steel shield. All right, so far so good. We're going to go get your weapon now. Weapon of choice is a steel spear. Good choice, dwarf. Grabs themselves a manta ray leather water skin. You gotta love those humans for bringing weird leather. Steel greaves. Gauntlet. Second gauntlet. I think what this game needs is just a button here with a list of your squad saying add to squad, add to squad, add to squad. Basically these buttons, but I just want to be able to just go to this menu and assign a dwarf. That's all I really need. When it comes to the military screen, I don't actually need a search function or a pin function. I literally just need the ability to add a dwarf or remove a dwarf from a squad from this screen, which we used to have in older versions of the game. To the point where I pointed out that screen was missing, and Putnam was like, oh shit, yeah, what happened to that screen? Where did that screen go? God damn it, what the fuck? Which I think is pretty funny. Re-added? There's been talks about a lot of buttons being re-added, but some things are high priority and some things are low priority. So I've talked to Putnam about re-adding it, and she said she'll try. So the one that I'll be kind of surprised if we ever actually get it is the one that I will be surprised if we do ever get it back is the civilian alerts. I kind of don't expect to ever see that one make a real return. Let's make a second training barracks here. I have a feeling we'll have just a completely different function for getting dwarves that are being attacked back into the fort instead of the civilian alerts. More like obsessive gamblers instead of juicy capitalists. We have Moldath, the engineer, who's been taken by unknown forces. You're gonna make me a artifact mechanism? I mean, you are an expert mechanic. Okay. Forgotten Beast. A Rathodectict, a gigantic humanoid composed of Pericles has come. Has large mandibles and squirms and fidgets. Beware its gas. I think it's about to go fight Champ. Yep, it's about to go fight Champ. So Champ, right here, the champion beast is, of course, a gigantic quadruped composed of clear glass. It has a long spiral horn and it squirms and fidgets. Who, up until this point, has killed 2 Forgotten Beasts, including our previous champion who killed like 10. And they are fighting. So this one, the humanoid is biting and appears to be doing quite well because this one is shaken to the core, meaning he's losing currently. They both have gases, but the gases don't affect either of them. However, our champion reigns supreme once again because the champion beast gored the Forgotten Beast in the upper body and the injured part is torn apart. So while he is shaken to the core and sustained many more injuries, is still the victor. Also, Ben, it's good to see that your ticket stuff got sorted. Glad that got dealt with. Champ lives to slay another day. Seems like it. Yep. All right, we've got dwarves socializing. Should put a fountain in this tavern, I think. I'm also kind of thinking about putting a fountain along here. And the reason I'm thinking about putting a fountain all the way along here is I personally feel that my Mark's dwarves should have the insurance of and slightly less risk of not being hit by friendly fire, because I did have a dwarf spontaneously combust. So I'm thinking maybe I go along up here and we like put a set of pumps up here and maybe go over here and then dig out this area and make this into an archery range. I think that's what we'll do. This can be the archery range on this side where they train. Just a range of 3. We can also store all of our ammunition at the back. Because I really just need it all the way along this top side, so. But I still, need quite a bit of extra power for this. 5,600? Might actually have enough power. The engineer has created a Licklist Raril, a sandstone mechanism, and offers it to the Mark of War. This is a sandstone mechanism. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned sandstone cabochons and decorated with pigtail. And I will put it into the mayor's office as a lever, and maybe we'll do something with it at some point. All right. I used the right mechanism. What? Certainly not the wrong lever. And just to double check. Yeah, this is actually pretty far away down here. You know, I think wrong lever might be one of the most quoted lines in a movie. Like, if there is a list of most quoted films of all time, I feel like pull the lever, crunk, wrong lever might be up there. At least in this chat, for sure. So satisfying. It reminds you of those iguana videos where they swim in unison together. It's so smooth. You know what's funny is, like, one of the biggest criticisms of Dwarf Fortress is the fact that it doesn't have smooth movement, which I think is a ridiculous criticism. It's like, really? That's the thing that bothers you about this game? And then, like, the developers are like, well, you know, realistically, we could implement that, but it would take, like, a very long time. So to which I say, that seems like a complete waste of development. Or, like, no actual reward. Or real payoff. Aside from that, everybody who plays RimWorld will be slightly happier with the way the game looks aesthetically. Yeah, but you see, RimWorld runs in Unity. And yeah, Unity walked back the main way of how they're building that runtime fee. But guess what? They're going to have to update that engine at some point, unless they move to a different engine, which I kind of doubt RimWorld will. They will have to upgrade to the most recent version of Unity at some point. And then we'll have to deal with whatever fee bullshit they're doing. So I would rather have a game that doesn't have smooth movement that doesn't run in Unity. That seems like a good thing. Yeah, I think that I'll put it this way. I think that the jumpy movement, kind of like Cappy just said, adds to the charm of the game in that it gives the game a much more noticeable style instead of looking like just another game that's trying to be like RimWorld. I started really disliking Unity around the time all of the news about how many, like, military contracts they were doing started popping up. It's like, yeah, well, of course, yes, they make a lot of money off of video games. However, the real money they're making is coming from their military contracts and simulation contracts. It's like, all right. Cool. Yeah, just go Google their military contracts. You'll have a good time, I'm sure. I'm sure you'll love the Unity by the time you're done with it, and very much want to keep using their software. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 12 plus 10, 22. Pipe section. I have a lot of pipe sections, so I don't need to worry about that. That VideaTube Mini is no longer acceptable and will crash all things it used to tolerate it, but no longer? What even is that? What's VideaTube? Yeah, sketchy, I think. I don't know if I would say they're a horrible company necessarily in regards to Unity, but they're definitely a company that is very heavily focused on rapid growth and money, and they are definitely on the sketchy side and, like, the not trustworthy side. I don't know if I would say they're horrible, but they definitely are on the sketchy side of maybe work with them. For me, my opinions of Unity began getting weird when they started doing the military contract stuff, and was solidified in yeah, I really don't like this company. Around the time, they partnered with was it Ironforge? Is that the name of it? The company that made that awful downloading software a bajillion years ago that would be illegal to make now. Although, admittedly, a lot of companies made a lot of money making software that would be illegal to make now, but... One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay. How many of these do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 6. It's a PNG tube program. Oh. I still don't know what that is. I don't know what a PNG tube is. I know what, like, a PVC pipe is. Is this to make, like, a PNG tuber? I gotta be honest with you. Like, the terminology around just having a theme stream got so complicated because Japan decided to make it difficult. Back in the day, it used to be so easy. Oh, this person streams as a character. Ah, okay. Why can't we just go back to that? Why does everything need to be a tuber? It's like, I'm pretty sure it's not a potato. So, old man screams at cloud, I suppose. But like at the same time, why? I don't get it. I never will get it. Well, actually, I do get it. It's branding and marketing, but it's bad branding and marketing, and I think it's goofy. Not everyone who goes to business school becomes a soul-sucking leech. The Unity CEO is John Riccatello. John Riccatello was notoriously bad, has a history of being notoriously bad and grinding companies into dirt for maximum profit. Okay? He was very unpopular in the games industry a number of years ago because he did that to EA Games largely and turned them from a publisher that, had some really interesting small titles and took a lot of risks and did a lot of things into what they are today. Okay? John Riccatello is a unique individual who genuinely, I'm surprised he still has a job on most days. But it turns out when you make your company public, you don't have that much choice. If the shareholders want somebody who makes a lot of money, that's who you get as CEO. So, when Unity went public, it's just a matter of time. And your streamer here needs to pee. So he's going to go pee, and he will be back in about 60 seconds. What track vehicle are you going to go push? Is that thing still running, board guy? Project Entropia or whatever? He wasn't thrown out of EA, but thrown out isn't the word I would use, but he no longer works at EA Games for a reason. Oh, trust me, DF predates Unity by like over a decade, so Unity didn't really become Dwarf Fortress. it largely runs on its own code. It's C++. I think it originally started in C. I want to say there's C# in there somewhere. But no, DF is 100% its own code. And you know what that means? That's why it takes so fucking long for Dwarf Fortress to get developed. Okay, so one of these is set up wrong. I think that's Cannon 3. Ah, there we go. Let's check some of these. 4, Cannon 5, 6, Cannon 7, 8, Cannon 9. Perfect. Yeah, no, John Riccatello's like most famous quote was the one saying like, "What if you had to pay for more ammo in Battlefield or whatever?" That was John Riccatello's idea. You choose DF. For me, it's actually a pretty close tie between DF and Tetris. But DF's up there, yeah. I think I'm going to make a hall of kills here. This is going to be for beasts that I can memorialize on pedestals. Yeah, that fully cash-based MMO thing that you're talking about is less of an MMO and more of just like a really weirdly presented casino. Like it's an MMO, air quotes, but what it actually is it's licensed as a online casino. So it's basically just like the world's most over-designed slot machine, essentially. The trauma hall, yeah, except I'm gonna lock it off for most of the dwarves, so they can't actually go look at it. Actually, I could replace this wall here with windows, make it look cool. Wealth Flex Simulator. All right, someone needs to make that now. Wealth Flex Simulator. It's a game. Actually, no, I'm pretty. Didn't somebody already? I remember reading about this. There was an app on the like Apple App Store that was literally just called "I'm Rich" or something, and it was just $10,000, and it was just made your screen go yellow. I seem to remember something about this. It's like I've got a forcibly forgotten memory about that. People have too much money, Jesus. Yep. Yeah, I know. People do, in fact, have too much money. You've unlocked a memory. You're welcome. Memory unlocked. Bwah, bwah, bwah. It's like anything branded Supreme. Actually, I wonder. Let's try turning that on. And this area right here. Let's just do sandstone because it's got a nice color. And start building this. About on the news about the video thingy. On The news about the video thingy. Oh, you mean the no clip thing? Yeah, no, that's exciting. That's exciting. The one thing I request about that whole thing is like, just please don't ask me when that video will actually be out, because I don't know. All I know is that it's currently on pause because they have 3 really large projects that they're working on. So, related to Disney? But yes, that is something that, like, I can sort of officially talk about now. So we'll see if this thing will be powerable by the setup that I already have. Another Forgotten Beast has come, a towering lidless lyrebird. And its barren knobby antenna, and it belches and croaks. Beware its poisonous sting. That one I need to check in on in case it can fly. But first, let's just get all of this constructing. Pay $2,000 on. You could pay $2,000 on a shirt that would immediately get you laid. Wouldn't you do it? Not to be mean, dude, but that is the most I'm 14 and this is a really cool sounding idea thing that's been said in my chat in a very long time. What are all these pumps for? These are for making a mist for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, to keep my crossbow dwarves happy, but the main reason is because I'm shooting lava out of here. So I had one of my Marks dwarves get friendly fired by a stray piece of lava. So if there's mist shooting around, it'll put the fire out immediately. I feel like I would really enjoy Disco Elysium. I think I would hate streaming it. Although we might almost be at a point where I could actually stream it and people wouldn't just be like, I'm going to tune out immediately. All right, I have to go look at that Forgotten Beast. What was your name? OSP. OSP. No longer on the map. Well, all right then. Not too worried then. Where did it show up? Ah, it's on the lower level. Yeah, I can't get in. You know, it was a dumb idea. It was an extraordinarily adolescently stupid thing to say. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the initial, like, I wanted to stream it when it initially came out because it looked super cool, Zafiro. But I didn't because basically everybody in my chat was playing it and didn't want spoilers. And I was like, well, okay, well, I could wait until spoilers are over. And then it got voice acting and I was like, ooh, maybe I could do it again. And chat was like, well, all the people who didn't play initially are now not playing, or now playing it because it has voice acting. It's like, all right, okay, so we just need to wait for, like, those people to be done. All right, so I waited another half a year, and then the drama happened with, like, the ownership rights for it and the parent company and all that crap. And now I'm just kind of like, fucking whatever. Like, yeah, it looks like an utterly fucking incredible video game. But man, so I don't know. Shark jumping walrus, by the way, hello. Also, just elaborating a little bit on the thing that gets you laid comment. Generally, there isn't anything in existence that gets you laid. However, there are people that will tell you that things exist that get you laid. And then will tell you a bunch of ways of manipulating people into getting what you want, which generally isn't worth it. So when there's a, air quotes, thing that gets you laid, usually you want to squint at it a little bit. You do not have permission to go full nuclear. Red eyes. Yeah, that's illegal in most countries. Yeah, it's a Patreon perk or a tier 2 subscriber perk. It's always a large amount. Yep. But, you know. Where's this? I need to do that. And it fires south. The geared bow trains here. And I'm also going to move my bolts down there. Instead of them training here, like they have been, I'll get rid of this. And get rid of this. I may also repurpose this room. That was all just ammo. I'm going to move all the ammo too. Can I just, like, comment about how I don't think that was intentional, but about how offensive that is to me as a person? You're just like, I'm never going to get laid because if I ever admitted to a girl, I spend most of my time watching a guy play Dwarf Fortress. Ouch, dude. Ouch. What does that say about me then, you dickwad? The fuck, mate? All right, let's remove. No, actually, let's just do. We'll leave that in. No arrows, please. No blow darts, please. Just bolts. Just bolts. Hello, Space Potatoes. How's things, friend? It's like sometimes I feel like, man, people really need a little bit of self-awareness. And then sometimes I feel like, oh, man, people really need some self-awareness. And then sometimes situations like this happen where I'm just like, you know what would do people some good? A lot of self-awareness. I'm not even remotely offended. I just think you're a bit of a moron. That's all, mate. That is all. You can do with that information what you will. Krug Smash got your spouse to stop hating DF. Fair? How's the magma machine of mass destruction? Very effective. When the baddies actually make it to it. The last siege didn't make it to the machine because they, well, let's just say, they arrived at the exact same time as the necromancers and their zombies arrived. The zombies killed all of the elves and they didn't make it to my machine, which was amusing to watch, but also a little bit bleh. Oh, no, totally. Yeah, I don't know. It might sound like I'm just, like, railing on Venus here, but, like, there's some, like, literally every single thing you've said today has just made me want to facepalm so hard my screen explodes, even though I didn't touch it. Like, I want to break the space-time continuum by smacking myself in the forehead because of some of the shit you've said today. Are you sure you're old enough to watch this stream, Venus? You know we have an 18 plus requirement, right? I know, right, board guy? Do you have other disorders that have excessive dysfunction? Yeah. I also, I'm genuinely just amused by this whole situation. I'm not gonna lie. Not even remotely offended. I'm just kind of flabbergasted at some of the things I'm seeing in my chat right now. All right, we'll have to see how much power this whole thing needs. 309 currently. So currently it'll work without me adding anything else to it. Well, that's good. Because this only needs what? 17? 309? That's what, 330? Plus 2 more power? Yeah, I shouldn't need to add any more power to the power. That's good. I mean, like, when it comes to dating, right? And finding a partner, I complain all the time about it. But the thing that I complain about is just people aren't interested in me, not only because of my job generally, but because I don't drive, right? People are fickle and have weird limitations and weird requirements for people. Oftentimes that are unrealistic and unachievable. It's just part of life. But reading something like anyone who finds GFs that play Dwarf Fortress or something to that level is just like, do you speak with humans frequently? Because I would recommend that. Maybe stop being on the internet a bit. Just talk to people. Also, when you say GF, all caps, the only thing my brain says to that is gluten-free. So just so that you know, when you're writing, I read that as gluten-free every time. Imagine sharing a fort with your gluten-free. You spend some time playing, and then she spends some time playing. And you share stories about what happened. It's like a fairy tale. Get off the internet? Well, there's 3 things that you can do on the internet. You can be on the internet, you can get off on the internet, and you can get off the internet. Sometimes I recommend to people that they need to get off the internet for a little bit because genuinely going outside is healthy. You think G-Fin when you... I mean, I am just kind of being mean now, but it's like... The way you're talking in my chat is the way I talked to my friends in elementary school when I was 14 about women, right? Finding a partner, finding somebody to be with all the time. There's a lot more going on there than just... Yeah, exactly, that too. GF versus spouse or partner. It's just a very adolescent way to discuss a pretty nuanced topic. And it's like, I'm totally cool with discussing this topic. Like, I got nothing against this. It's just, it's so hard to take it seriously when it's being discussed in such an adolescent manner, because I would estimate that the majority of us aren't particularly adolescent anymore. At least, I certainly haven't been. I grew up way too fucking fast I stopped being a kid when I was like 17 and have had full-time jobs ever since. So like, I don't know. It's really difficult for me to take a conversation like this seriously when it's in such a format. Most people accept whether or not strange interests, whatever strange interests a partner has. Oh yeah, no, my last long-term relationship, she way fucking weirder hobbies than I do. Fortunately, she didn't resurrect the dead too frequently. Well, partner isn't stating that you like men as well, or non-binary folk as well, or anything else. Partner just means partner, right? I think you are limiting the definition of partner too much. Glorified friend. Unless they're your nemesis, then they're a glorified fiend. Maybe that's just what happens after you split. I generally go this way. It's like, it's nobody's business what you're into unless you're trying to fuck somebody in the vicinity. So unless you're trying to hook up with somebody in my chat, I genuinely do not think that you need to worry about whether or not you say GF or partner. You say partner, you're not hitting on anybody here. We're just discussing relationships. I see no issue with that. Nobody's questioning. Nobody cares, frankly. Howdy, duder. Cappy. It's like I've had several partners in my life. I've never had a spouse or wife. You hear Red Dead Redemption 2 manner? I mean, I think of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, but you know, none of us are perfect. Okay, chat, let's start a dating group. You know, true facts. There were two people who met in my chat years ago and got married because of my chat, and neither of them have watched me in like 5 years. But that has happened in this chat before. And new meaning to blind date, go fuck yourself. All of my dates are blind, I'll have you know. Chad is a very eligible bachelor. I have zero interest in dating Chad. We're all good. We can just be friends, though. It's okay. Elon Musk has talked about adding a dating function to X. So I'm sure that we'll all have a chance at some point. What was I doing? Something probably. Right, yes. Adding in fountains to this. Stray cat. Yep. All right, so I literally just need power to be hooked up. So that's 357. Yeah, we're good. You know, there is also a like personal rule I've always had with Twitch. Twitch isn't a dating site. Armockmingle.com. There'd be 12 people that sign up for that website, Disco. Twitch isn't a dating site. Twitch shouldn't be a dating site. Twitch is weird enough as is, and women on Twitch already deal with so much shit every day. Don't make it worse for people. I'll show you some cool emotes. I'm broke because I gave all of my money to... Why is this farmer throwing a tantrum? Odom, what did you do? It's, I think, like, one of my first tantrums I've had in years in this fort. I showed you my emote. Please respond. We only have one Odom. He's very pissed. I'm very interested near a fine door. What does make you happy? Crying on people in charge. Got it. Likes worshiping at temples. This proves that everything is magical if you don't think about anything else like eggs or bacon. All caught up. It's a good sentence. Ultimately, the goal of life is to get a partner. So it would be cool to make use of the time you spend watching Twitch to further that goal. No. No, it would. That's extraordinarily creepy, right? If you are a member of a community, and in that community you meet somebody, and in that community you hit it off with that person, you become friends, and then you start going out on dates, great. If you're on Twitch and that is your goal while you're on Twitch, fucking go outside. That's it. Period. Just fucking go outside. Do anything else. Just get off of Twitch. Like, delete your account. Please. Make something. Draw a picture. Read a book. Go camping. You know, just make some sauerkraut. I don't fucking... Plant a garden. You know, take a nap. Twitch is a site about entertainment, right? You get entertainment from Twitch. You go to Twitch for some community and some entertainment. Absolutely, you may meet somebody while being a member of a community on the internet. But that's not unique to Twitch. That could happen through any MMO. That could happen through any chat room. That could happen through any website on the internet that has any kind of social function. Will it happen? Guarantee you it won't. See, because I would, like, here's the thing, right? Okay, full screen mode for a second here. If I'm talking with somebody I'm very attracted to, you use that conversation to figure out what they're interested in and tell them what you're interested in. And yeah, games done quick is pretty fucking rad. However, if let's just say I had no interest in video games whatsoever, and all I really wanted to talk about was how much I loved watching Dexter and had no other interests, you're not gonna go super far unless that person happens to be a Dexter superfan. So unless you're at a Dexter convention talking about Dexter, and by Dexter I mean Dexter's Laboratory, not the TV show Dexter. If all I'm doing is talking about that, yeah, they're gonna look at you fucking funny. And if all you like doing is talking about and watching a very specific video game, you're gonna be looked at funny. I have a lot of interests and a lot of hobbies. I like music. I'm very active in the concert scene. I go to a lot of shows. I have other hobbies like gardening. I'm a really good cook. You need to do more things than just play video games. So if your problem is people aren't interested in you because you only do one thing, maybe it's time to expand on that a little bit and do more things. Hence, like I said, go the fuck outside. You know, like if I'm talking to somebody who I'm interested in, I have enough backpacking gear to take 4 people backpacking, including sleeping bags, tents, hammocks, you name it. Backpacks, I got it. Multiple sizes of backpacks even. One of them is technically a kid's backpack, but like anybody could use it. So get a fucking hobby, mate. Fucking get a fucking hobby. And once you know somebody, if you do have eccentric hobbies, like let's just say specifically speedrunning video games or watching games done quick,
Crypt beer.
you know what you do? You slowly indoctrinate them into that hobby. Oh, guys, games done quick's on. I love watching this. You've been dating for 2 years or whatever the fuck, or a year, or 6 months. Games done quick. Let's watch some games done quick. What's that? Well, it's like my Super Bowl. Fucking go the fuck outside. End of discussion. Calgar, what's up? Thank you very much for the 11th month. We really look for an aquifer and start digging, and then we all get fined by Parks, Parks BC. Anyway, what the fuck was I doing? I was playing Dwarf Fortress. The Snatcher showed up. Okay, early spring. Awesome. Maybe we'll get to trade with the elves soon. There's a sock on the 2 socks on the ground. Let's throw those out. I'm kind of just giving the dwarves a bit of a break too. Not doing too much because these dwarves do need a break. Some of them are pretty upset about life in general. Yay, and this is powered now. But yeah, mate, just like... Twitch isn't a dating site, and please don't ever treat it like one. For fuck's sake, that shit's creepy. just don't do that. Don't be that way. Nobody really appreciates that. And also, the reason I have enough gear to take 4 people backpacking is because a lot of it was given to me for free. A lot of it is hand-me-downs from my parents, and then some of it's from my aunt, and then the rest of it is stuff that I've purchased, and I have a habit of purchasing camping gear because it looks cool, and it's my hobby, so I like purchasing camping gear. And also, can I just state that the concept of video games being not normal or a weird hobby, or liking video games being something that would make somebody not like you, is like the most 1990s thing I've heard in a while. Beg pack? I too would be scared to beg pack. I've never begged for anything in my life except for Twitch subscriptions. No, I backpack, not beg pack. Beg pack these nuts. Is anybody filling a pond? This is either like the worst, most obnoxious, dumb conversation we've ever had on this stream, or Chad is just like crying, laughing. And because I don't have a laugh track, I don't actually know. Like, fucking my mom plays video games on her phone. But like, she's played a video game. My 65-year-old racist neighbor plays Words with Friends and talks about how women sometimes send him nudes. I'm like, mate, those are bots. He goes, no, they're not bots. I'm like, mate, those are bots. Anyway. Your mom taught you how to play Super Mario 64? You have a cooler mom than me in some ways. All right, we've got elves who are here to trade. Let's see. So let's sell them some clothing, because I'm sure they don't have much that I want, but I can still get rid of more clothing. Always can get rid of more clothing. Always can get rid of more clothing. Hemp, yep. Cotton, yep. Math, yep. Linen, yep. Giant case spider silk, yep. Llama wool, can't do. Animal product. Pigtail, yes, can do. You know, here's the thing, right? That is an extraordinarily stupid fucking thing to say. Venus. Although you're probably stuck in an ad right now. I will reiterate everything that I've said up until this point with go the fuck outside, man. Yeah, there's a Skyrim. Well, I thought she stopped uploading YouTube videos because of harassment or something. Because she said she wasn't interested in Starfield, if I'm not mistaken. But no, it's not. Hopes. Those memes scare me. I mean, Starfield doesn't... Birds aren't real, and you can't prove to me that birds are real, Tobes. I don't actually believe in that, but fuck off. No, I mean, Starfield is kind of mess, so, like, I don't blame her for not getting into Starfield, but... Are penguins even birds? Yeah, technically, they're flightless birds. The video game industry is the most popular media and financially successful media industry on the planet. I know the more people you talk to IRL who play niche games and stuff like Fortnite, partly. So like, this just like confirms to me that our friend Venus here is younger because, yeah, like, a lot of people just play Fortnite. But like, that's like saying, yeah, a lot of people like watch movies but don't like niche stuff like John Wick. Yeah, sure, like, not everybody enjoys horror movies. But everybody sees movies, right? So maybe not everybody has seen Midsommar. Right? But loves Marvel movies. That's still a shared interest. Films. I've never played Fortnite. I never will play Fortnite. I'm good. It's probably the paintings in Minecraft, and you thought it was rather interesting, though? Interesting. Huh. Me, Holy Kai? Also, I think it's hysterical that we're talking about dating with the guy who's been single for 4 years. So... All right, what did they bring? They brought us another monkey. They brought us a hedgehog and an oriole. I will buy the monkey. I'll buy the Rios Macaw. They bring us anything interesting? Food is what I'm looking for. They brought a lot more this time than last time, which is good. I'll buy the fruit. I will... Those are interesting. Grown nice altar. They can grow rock. Excuse me? All right, that's plenty. Yeah, I'm not too surprised by that. I mean, they took a lot of risks with Starfield, but turns out the risks are just, like, a lot of more of the same. So, I'm not too surprised that it came out that way for a lot of people. Makes you do a double take. Oh yeah, no, if you play enough Dwarf Fortress, a lot of different little ASCII characters will make you do a double take. Man keeps high standards. Y'all are too noisy. No, I don't actually have that high standards. I'm just... I live in self-imposed isolation, generally. Turns out running your own business doesn't give you a lot of free time for shit. We've had the most funny conversation. Maybe, I don't know. It depends. Now that camping season is winding down, Fridays are more open, and I still have group therapy on Mondays, so I haven't been able to bring Mondays back, so maybe. I'm a monk? I am, like, maybe the most anti-religious person that I know, so... yeah, sure. Monk of the Church of Black Metal, maybe. I did give $25 to the Satanic Temple once, but I don't think I could technically be a monk of the Satanic Temple. They are technically a religion, though. It was so that I could help them support their ritual abortions when they were taking the state of Texas to court. You know, gotta support their religious freedoms. Oh, actually, I think I also gave... Yeah, I also gave them $100 when they did that that Indiegogo. I think it was an Indiegogo to build a satanic statue in front of and put it on government property. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, it happens, Cinnamon, right? We have priorities, and you go for the priority. Meditating is pretty good. I agree with that, Palm Top Pitbull. My brain doesn't generally let me do that, though. I have to be freshly medicated to be able to meditate. Sounds like a song lyric. Need to medicate to meditate. I don't agree with that statement, Mummy Wolf. I also, you need to think about this way. I don't like Bethesda games. So if you hear me like talking like low-key smack at Starfield, Skyrim is a bad game. Oblivion is a bad game. It can be entertaining, but it's a bad game. Fallout 4 is a terrible game. Fallout 3 is one of the worst Fallout games. Morrowind was fantastic. So Bethesda hasn't made a good video game since Morrowind. They've made great modding sandboxes, but that's not what I define as a good video game. So, you know, you can say whatever you want. It's totally fine. But if we're talking about Bethesda games, you will get the occasional bit of, like, slander thrown at the game from me because I just do not like Bethesda games. They need to make a Morrowind remaster. That's what they need to do. I mean, there's several different little open world space games made by indie devs, like, that are all pretty neat in their own unique ways on Steam. No Man's Sky is a particularly is the noteworthy one, but you know, there's smaller games too. No, they aren't making an Oblivion remaster. The Oblivion remaster was part of the Xbox leak, which was something that they were working on before they got purchased by Microsoft. So I don't know if that necessarily means that they are remastering Oblivion. It just means that they were at some point working on a potential Oblivion remaster. I don't think those two things are directly related, though, necessarily. I mean, lots of people love Skyrim, and I'm not saying you shouldn't love things. If you love Skyrim. Please don't, like, let me take that away from you. I just find that game painfully boring. Like, that game is, like, upsettingly boring. Waiting for that Gothic 1 remake. Oh, speaking of remakes, you know how there was a announced remake of Knights of the Old Republic? Well, it was moved from the original studio, which was Aspire who was working on it, to Saber Interactive last year. Saber Interactive being a Embracer company. Same with the Gothic remake. That's also Embracer. It was when Aspire was working on it, it was announced that they were going to be partnering with Sony to market it. Anyway, Sony just removed it from their all of the trailers and every single piece of marketing material for it off of their YouTube channel. So I don't think that's ever coming out. Thanks, Embracer. Open Morrowind? Oh no, totally. There's always been projects like that. Before there was Open Morrowind, there was multiple just mod packs that would basically rebuild that whole game. No, now you're using words like cope. Dude, please go outside. For the love of everything that is human, please go outside. Just... Mate. Dude. You could do so much better with your life. Venus is wild. Venus is making me exceptionally sad. Moldath, the metalsmith, has been possessed. Need tree life, rough color, cloth thread. I might need wood. Actually, bones. Okay, so let's... Actually, hold on. Doesn't count as bones. Let's... Slaughter 2 of the giant squirrels. I'm going to geld all of these cats. Slaughter a bunch of kittens while I'm at it. And... also want wood. What are we doing on wood? I just need to remember where I put this. There it is. Okay, so we got plenty of wood. Let's follow you, because I don't want to fuck up this artifact. Like walking serves a similar purpose. So I also have ADHD. But I've got enough wrong with my brain that like it's a cocktail of mental disorders. But when it comes to meditating, You know, I almost don't even want to discuss this because, like, fucking the person who started this entire discussion about, like, arguing what meditation is good for said it feels like cope. Which means if you associate with and talk with people frequently who speak like that, I almost don't even want to talk to you in the first case. Like, I just... If that's the kind of person you are, and the kind of people you talk with, the kind of people who speak like that, you have some self-reflection you need to do that I can't help you with. Got your diagnosis last week? Congrats! Uh-oh. Autumn's tantruming again. All right, chat, we got some migrants. If you would like to be a dwarf... They pick me. Assuming you don't have a dwarf currently. Mike Dyson is a lady, and she cracks easily under pressure, likes to brawl, and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and can sometimes act without deliberation. She is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. She is slow to anger and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and tries to keep her things orderly. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and when she becomes exasperated, she begins to speak very deliberately. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and personally sees introspection as important and respects perseverance. I got a lot of names to pick, so we'll be picking people as I scroll down. Budgie, always deal fairly, she says, is an unfriendly and disagreeable person, bothered by this, and she values friendship. She is sloppy with her living space, and she is quick to anger. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this tendency with her respective martial prowess. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She has a greedy streak and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally deeply values introspection and views loyalty unfavorably, values tradition, and is put off by family. She has no family and no pets. Next, Dwarf is here. Oops, wrong button. This is Chuck Buck. Chuck Buck is careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and often acts with compassion. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation, occasionally overindulges, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She rarely develops positive sentiments, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. Must have come from the previous fort due to that. Next up here, we have a peasant named Logum. Logum is a broken spacebar. Well, I remember the master of carpentry used to do. Hell yeah, board guy. Please go outside, Venus. Please go outside. It's good for you. And have a good afternoon. I'm at my best under pressure, says broken spacebar. I think that's how the space bar got broken, but never falls in love with any. He never falls in love or develops positive feelings towards anything. He is dour as a rule because he's broken, and he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Back when he wasn't broken, feels discouraged and can handle stress, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. Has little interest in joking around, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. And he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he has an active imagination. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. And is slow to trust others, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he lives a fast-paced life. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Palm Top Pit Bull, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for a third month. Welcome back. There's a lot of Dwarfuses here. Let's go with Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice is married to Nish. Fire and Ice is very trusting. He's a pessimist and often feels envious of others, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and does not reveal personal information. Is often nervous and is assertive. Oopsies. And is assertive, and he is curious and eager to learn. He is quite often tells pointless stories when he's bored. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. He's married to Nish, who I guess is about to show up. There's Nish, next on the list. Lands on Mon. Cinnamon. She revels in chaos and discord and encourages it whenever possible. She is often sad and dejected and does not generally seek retributions for past wrongs. She is generally moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She does not find most jokes humorous, and she desires little for herself in the way of possessions. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She is trusting, and she generally is quite confident of her abilities when undertaking specific ventures and does not go out of her way to help others. Scratches her head when she's bored. Going, where's my hair? And she personally believes that peace is always preferable to war. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and dreams of creating a great work of art. That is a bunch of dwarves. I'm catching back up with what's going on in chat. Revels in Discord. Most people revel in Discord. Be a bard? Who a bard? Which one? The previous one? This one's... This guy? Be a bard? I mean, is he any good at music? I mean, he's a competent musician and percussionist. Adequate poet. Oh, the peasant? This laddie? He's never heard of a music in his life, so I kind of doubt that. He is a talented comedian, though. Has no knowledge. Use serrated blades and weapon traps. You're welcome. There's a tick lady. Why is there a tick lady? This is Eurist the cook. Let's scroll back up and see who else asked. This is as Hardy. He is somewhat scatterbrained and generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments and is slow to trust others. He likes to take it easy and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He doesn't focus on material goods and is stubborn and will often touch others when greeting them. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of raising a family and personally disdains the law. Creep. You're a creep. Beep, beep. Anyway. I don't even know the tune of that song. I haven't heard it in a billion years. Is somewhat scatterbrained. Generally, I will often touch others. Blah, 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 blah. Where was I? Dreams of raising a family and prefers to consume squid. Not much of a Radiohead fan, then, I guess, if he likes squid. He likes strawberry wine, sorghum flour, and hates moon snails. Probably likes moon rings, though. Up here we have Id, who has a hubby who's about to show up, I assume, and a pet pig who's about to show up. This Dwarf. Pretty sure I did name you.
Okay, now that this doesn't look like a bribe, happy Twitch Raise Month. And yes, I'm a Radiohead fan, Grant.
Well, there you go. You're a fan of Creep, then. I haven't listened to that song in like a decade, so. And thanks for the $2. Appreciate you, man. It is not, in fact, a bribe. Although if you subscribe, I might just randomly give you a dwarf because I do that. I've done that for people before. This is a palm top pit bull. She is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort and often acts with compassion, enjoys the company of others, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She is stubborn and doesn't focus on material goods, is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and begins to talk louder when she's nervous. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, values cunning, and sees war as a useful means to an end, and prefers to consume leopard seal, cave fish, and bayberry wine. Can't stand bark scorpions. Up next is her spouse, husband, who's going to go to OCB. He personally is thoroughly disgusted by cooperation, values nature, and does not care about friendship, and dreams of mastering a crafterwork someday. He's completely convinced by his own worthlessness and dislikes helping others. He is very greedy and only rarely feels strong cravings or urges. Wow. He is generally confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He likes to keep things practical without diving too deeply into the abstract and often feels envious of others, doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. But the neat thing about this dwarf is they're a novice weaponsmith, which means I actually have some weaponsmiths in the fort now. To start working on that weaponsmith guild. Here comes the pig, and then they're all scared away by the tick lady, and then a trapper shows up. And this goes to Matt Korax. Matt Korax, you are an optimist. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is quite comfortable with She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she is not particularly ambitious. She tries to do things correctly each time, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And she is very humble. Very humble. And she rarely is happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this, and she values party and merrymaking in the abstract, and she has an active sense of humor, and she does not often feel lustful and can handle stress, and acts with compassion often. Dreams of raising a family and personally does not respect the law. Does not value the truth. I think this dwarf's going to go into the military. Also, apparently Chuck Buck Snuck is a talented hammer dwarf. I might chuck them in there too. Uh-oh. I didn't even think about that. To turn off the squad so that you don't immediately go try and beat the crap out of that tick lady. Okay. Scrolling back up to the list. This would be Nullman JP. Nullman JP. Can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. Has a greedy streak and is quite polite. Is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she lives a fast-paced life. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally respects the development of a skill. Does not really see the point of working hard and likes salt, bronze, brown jasper, and giant wild boar leather. Up here we have a wood burner. Wolfie, you still have a dwarf. You did get one earlier. Bioactive is up next. She is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. Is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Doesn't seek out excitement and is a friendly individual and could be considered rude when undertaking specific ventures. And she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. And she chews her lips when intently when she's thinking. Her voice trails off when something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and finds the idea of laws abhorrent and sees lying as a useful as an important means to an end. Values loyalty and doesn't particularly respect commerce. All ticks are thick in Dwarf. All right, I think that might be it for me naming people for this run. So I think we'll name some more people later, but that's a lot of naming. So let's see what else we got here. Masterwork. Great work of art. This is a big migrant wave. This dwarf's eyes are like eyebrows make it look like this dwarf has sunglasses on, which I like a lot. Animal dissector. So mastering a skill. At that rate, yeah. I mean, we just went from 58 to 76 dwarves, which is pretty great. And never mind, it's still going up. And that's it. Peahen. This is quite the migrant wave. Good lord. I think I want you to just go be a metal crafter. Some more birds, ducks, another metal crafter, dreams of raising a family. Just keep things practical, often cheerful, rarely lustful, takes it easy, thinks she and fairly important in the grand scheme of things. You're a weaponsmith, yay. Yeah, no, one more migrant wave. It's like 1900, like 19,000, or sorry, like 1900 dwarves or something. It's not a tiny civ by any stretch. I didn't even notice that we were trading. Whoops. Or I completely forgot that we were trading. My bad. Unless I already traded. Yeah, pretty good migrant wave, I'd say. Pretty good migrant wave. Okay, so I'm going to on this a little bit. This is going to be the Hall of Beasts. Hey, Corn. What's up, dude? Yeah, I don't know. Some weird conversations today, chat room. It's been a day. That's for sure. What, the Hall of Beasts is your bedroom? Is that what... Now, who's they? Oh, I see. Now, that's how I call my bedroom. I see where you're doing. How it goes? It's going all right. Been a little nutty today. But, fine. No real complaints. I don't think there's no way to check the population of a civilization after you're in fortress mode, right, Palm Top? But I want to say it's like 1900 or something. Like, it's a pretty small faction. It doesn't have a ton, but plenty to get migrant waves. You liked out chat with Venus? I think the difficulty that I had with talking with Venus is the more I talk with Venus, the more I assume Venus is like 15. And I really, really, really hope that kid goes outside at some point. Did prevent the lunchtime lull. This is true. Yeah. This is true. It certainly kept chat moving. I'm not complaining about that, but like, people like that kind of make me sad a little bit. Because it's like, oh, right. There's still people like that out there. Well, I mean, if you start saying shit like, fucking Buddhist monks do no work and meditating seems like coping, it's like, mate, I'm coping professionally. Anyway. When people refer to things like coping as a negative, I assume they'd also refer to things like woke as a negative, and at that point, it's like, oh boy. And then just like, I can't use the term partner because I'm straight. It's like, well, so am I. Whatever. We have many clothers, and we now need a clothers guild hall. It's more mature sounding than boyfriend, girlfriend. I am a very firm believer in that if I'm not actively hitting on you, you don't need to know what I'm into. Period. And that's why I like the term partner, because I can refer to people without giving away literally any information about myself. Aside from that, I've been not single before. It's like, I am a straight cis white dude, but like, at the same time, I think that that's a valuable thing to be able to say on the internet. Sounds like a creature of 4chan memes. Yeah, kind of like, I mean, like, I used to spend way too much fucking time on 4chan, right? Like, I'm very much guilty of that kind of edgelord culture. And it makes me extraordinarily happy that, the internet as it exists now didn't exist that way then. Because if I existed the way the internet existed then, I was a really bad person back then. So. Also, I need to put a room here so that this stops looking phallic, like stat. Because right now, this looks extraordinarily phallic. So let's put a room here. Speaking of immaturity. You like to think you've gotten better since then? Yep. No, I mean, I noticed it a little while ago. It's like, this is just getting worse. I need to fix this. Let's find this. There it is. It's funny to see it marked as a surprise new gender neutral option by some people. I mean, it's no different than folks, friends, people in the vicinity. The military way to Odessa was like, all right, you fucks. Yeah, that, I mean, also applicable. I'm just, my brain currently is just rolling through the, not exactly neutral, Full Metal Jacket speech. It's too many syllables for me, personally. In regards to what Raccoon with Matches said. But Raccoon with Matches is also too many syllables, so... I bet you could suck a golf ball through a... Yeah, I know. Hey, shoutouts to the child here who's playing make-believe right next to the Forgotten Beast, right next to the Titan that they just put on display, and feels satisfied after putting an item on display. Also a lot of really problematic lines that I can't say on the internet without getting in trouble, but... Yes, it doesn't... Wait, what? Uh-oh. Chat, we have to be very careful with this child. Anbot's kid, Shem, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cats. That's something. I should probably go down to the cavern layer and remove all of the cats from the pasture that are named, actually. And just, like, put a Forgotten Beast on a pedestal and felt good about it. So, you know, like, that kid can't be trusted. Future psychopath for sure. No, that's not a Forgotten Beast, it's a Titan. Which means it came from the surface. And, it was killed by the zombies on the surface, after the Elvish siege. And I've now put it on a pedestal. Future King, yeah, that's one way to look at it. Could also just open up this space down here. Put a catapult here or something. I don't know. Why do you build floor? Because it looks ugly to not. And I got the materials, so might as well do it. Also, it's higher value than smoothing. This? Well, it's made of coral for one thing, so it won't rot. So no. But once it's done, with normal creatures, once they're done rotting, then no. I think another way I could make this look less phallic is by just squaring off this room a little bit. And that's tame for DF. I mean, it's all true. Also put a space down here. Dig out a chunk of down here. Not entirely sure what we'll do with this down here just yet. Storage, maybe. Now it looks like an axe, but initially it did look way too phallic. I've improved it. Actually, I think it looks kind of like a warhammer now. Kind of looks like a warhammer now. We'll go with that. An axe with a beard. Works for me. So many dwarves bringing limestone blocks. So wait, executioner style axe is an axe with a beard on it? Okay, we'll just let them work on all this. I need to build a clothers guild. Because my dwarves would like a clothers guild. I kind of have wanted to build a building right here for a bit, but I don't know if I could fit it in there well. I could put it on the edge of this up here. I think that could look nice. Oh, that doesn't have a minecart on it yet. Wondering why I was still seeing rough gems around. This is my clothes shop right here. So I could just toss it in as a part of that. This area is currently not. Let's build it up in here. Let's do that. Let's remove these archery targets. And make this area up here into a large clothers guild. I gave you an emote idea? Okay. You're welcome. What? Oh, an axe with a beard on it? Well, I mean, keep it. Hope you like that idea. We'll see you later. Fire and Ice. Thanks for capitalizing your name, by the way. Makes it easier to read. All right. Let's go into clothing and leather. Put a couple more clothers shops in here. I'm out of claystone. Claystone's got a nice color to it. And I will accept this because this is going to be a clothers guild. Make a meeting zone. New guild hall. Need clothers, 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 clothers. There it is. Value, the size of it already gives us enough value, so it's already approved and completed. But we can make it nicer. We can improve it. We can better it. Because I do have a bunch of clothers shops here, as well as a bunch of clothers shops down here. And betterification. No, that doesn't exist. That's a myth. It's impossible. No way that could ever happen. Aw. Sad that I have no statues currently. Holy Kai, thank you very much for checking out a gift sub and it landing on Cinnamon. Cheers, dude. Alrighty. Holy Kai as well. You have a good, weekend. We'll see you when we see you. Next stream will be Tuesday, probably. Unless I do something on the Sneaky Second channel. Alright. Odom is stumbling around obliviously. That is a shame. An absolute shame. An absolute bloody shame. That flammable and inflammable? The real question is, what is an outflammable? Already got clothes making demonstrations happening right on the tables. Unfortunately, this dwarf is standing on a table that needs to be constructed. Oh, sweet. It was completed. I like that this dwarf is giving a demonstration on the table. That is a very appropriate dwarfy thing to do. And Urvad here is attending from the other side of the pillar where you can't see. But that's fine, because they're dwarves. So he can still retain the information even though he can't see it. Let's let the engravers go a little nuts on this. The value of this is currently sitting at 8,000. Green glass is so pretty. It is one of the nicer materials, yeah. What's up, Pobo? Please no spoil Quali. I haven't watched Quali yet, so please no spoils. Yeet. Metalsmith has gone berserk. I swear that I saw that you'd completed that, but I've got a dwarf in a berserk rage right next to a bunch of lava, and something fell into the lava. I did have a military dwarf here a second ago. Omnipotent disappointment, eh? Stabs the metalsmith in the head with a steel spear, K, tearing the muscle. Good on you. But, no, did not die. Okay. So, something just fell into the lava. Unless it was, like, just a piece of a dwarf. I don't know. Anyway, the dwarf's dead. So that's kind of a shame. Teeth or arm? Any other severed limb part? Could have been many things. What are these canceling for? Apparently I have no lie, but I thought I made a bunch of lie. I can type. Okay, I guess I don't. How much lie do I need? 75 lie? All right. 75 ash bars. Your broker died a year ago and you don't know exactly how much worth you've traded and how much it usually takes to recover the current track of wealth. You need a dwarf to gain skills in wealth again. So you need a new dwarf to be a broker and then trade for a bit. It's pretty simple. So we're going to just have to deal with having mud on the ground in here. But unless I want to go all the way along here, smooth all of this. Well, I guess we could also do it this way. So hopefully this will make it significantly less likely that my dwarves will spontaneously combust in this part, because if they do get set on fire, instead of permanently catching on fire, they will get misted in a few seconds, which will remove the fire. So hopefully that is a much more optimal way of doing this. My military training for a little bit. And I'm going to send out the half-sea squad to go attack more things. I'm going to go attack the Dark Goblin pits of... or hate. We're just going to go and pillage them. And I'm going to send the one halvesy squad that part of them disappeared. Best of luck, dwarves. Am I making towers mad? I've already made towers mad. Yeah, it's literally an overhead sprinkler system. Quite literally what it is. That's true. There is coffee plants and coffee fruit, but they can't brew coffee. So, technically, there kind of is coffee in this game. Let's do another layer of bedrooms up here. Yeah, I don't know. Today might actually take the key for some of the strangest conversations we've had in this channel in, like, recent memory. Make these ones bigger so that it's offset. And we're going to go along here and do that. And then unpause. I will start plopping beds in. Because currently I don't need more bedrooms right now, but we will soon. Might as well get ahead of this while we can. If I delete this wall, then this dwarf can have a bigger bedroom, so I'm going to do that. Turns on fast dwarf for a day. I don't think anything should turn on fast dwarf because it's too overpowered. Maybe it just like makes them focused if they're an unfocused dwarf or something. You should be able to brew coffee by version 6969. Do you think that they'll ever make a version 69? Or do you think they would just skip version 69 to avoid the jokes? Also, we're in an ad right now, so trying to not do anything of actual substance. Like floor 13 elevators? I'm pretty sure that's a myth. I've definitely gone to the 13th floor before on an elevator. Create DFV. Dude, if they get to version 69 by April 1st, 2025, that would be shocking. They will not make it all the way to that version number by then. No way. Okay, so I got 2 more wall pieces that got to get added, and then I can throw in bedrooms. There you go, 8 more bedrooms. Lanix is the only one that needs to leave the map, who is currently getting provisions. They had some equipment that actually, like... Okay, so we're going to build a better dwarf fortress with hookers and blow, blackjack and skateboards and rollerblades. Just thought I'd inform all of you of this. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe something will affect speed of movement in Magic, potentially, but, like, for normal dwarf fort, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think so. I think I should make a bottom floor well. I think I'm gonna go put me a well all the way down in my hospital, because I do have water right here, so I might as well have a well here. So I'm going to deconstruct a bit of floor right here, although I can't actually put it here because we're blocked off by lava, which is fine. So instead, I'm just gonna move over here. There are several syndromes that will make your dwarves slower. I think the most notable one is the cave blob syndrome, the one that makes them dizzy. I think it makes them dizzy. Pretty sure that's what it does. There we go. But what about a dwarf and a minecart? That does, in fact, speed up dwarves, yes. Let's get all that stuff out of there. And let's build a well here. Let's use sandstone, power cap, iron chain. Ooh, I could use an artifact mechanism. We're going to do that. Do, in fact, have a artifact mechanism. The hard hat and hive. You know, if every dwarf wore a hard hat, I'm sure a lot less dwarves would just randomly die for no reason. An ambush! Curse all friends of nature! Of course, while my squad is out once again. All right, chat. We get to use the machine. Who's excited?
Hard hat crew.
I need to put a floor place on this. Vengeful Squirrel! Thank you very much for the 20th month. Did you change your username? Because I don't actually recognize that username. But hi. Actually, no, do not put a hole on that. That is my garbage chute. Instead, build a wall around that. But regardless, thank you very much for the 20 months. Appreciate you, friend. All right. I'm a little worried about this because they're going to come back probably at a very inopportune time. And I didn't actually get around to putting an animal up here to spot things. I'm going to cheat again. We're going to reveal hidden units because it makes this significantly cooler. So we have to hope that these start coming back once they're all inside of here, more or less. Yeah, they do. They just number them incorrectly, which, in my opinion, spoopier. Just saying. I think it's significantly scarier to incorrectly number a floor. Paul the Gelder is fighting with a cat. I hope Paul wins. Yeah, they have brought war grizzlies. People have superstitions. I mean, like, a guy died in the basement of my building recently. He was found dead in his pickup truck. Sad, he was 35. No idea what actually happened to him. And 3 of my neighbors have been, like, outside talking about ghosts every evening for a little bit. I don't know any of them, but they're just like, oh my God, like, I can feel a presence. And I'm sitting here going, like, I'm so happy I'm not even remotely superstitious. Like, I love ghosts. Ghosts are a cool concept, but, like, I'm so happy this shit doesn't bother me. All right, so here come the elves. So I'm going to activate the machine. Oopsies, do not do that. Do follow this, though. What's the machine I talk about? It's this. It's a very over-designed minecart shotgun. Just need to wait for a dwarf to pull the lever. Goes down in here, shoots across, down, and then they fire lava out like this. And we also have ones down here that also fire lava out like this. So the lava flies across, and in this case, probably just murders this cat to death. Which, no, it didn't. The cat dodged and is content after a bath. So hopefully kitty cat can get off the map. Then I'm going to, well, actually, you know what? Let's set them up a patrol. Create route. We're going to call this crossbow defense. This is going to go from, no, we'll just call it crossbow once again. Enter. And then from there to there to there so they get ammo more consistently. So they're going to go patrol that. Let's check up. And sweet. They are locked inside. Completely and totally locked inside. So now we simply wait as they make their way into the fort. Yep, they're going to get a nice, warm shower. Powered by lava. And if you haven't seen this with ASCII on, it also looks pretty cool. Because, you know, you can see all of the lava mist shooting across, see? So the lava mist is super obvious, When the globs of lava land in the lava below, it shoots lava mist up, which is very satisfying to watch. So there is that as well. And also, when they fly out, you can actually see the little globs shoot out the bottom. See? There they go. So yeah. And of course, my Marks dwarves are patrolling. You not have a Marks crossbow? Where's your goddamn crossbow? The hell? Let's just make some more wooden crossbows. Make 10 more. But yeah, you can see all of this magma mist here too. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, they're gonna burn real good, let me tell you. They're gonna burn real good. If you turn ASCII on, yeah. I'm not on an ocean, so I can't show you, but yes. Ah, that's why we got the lag spike. My squads are returning. So we did get 1 horse and 2 horses from them. Lanix led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Osun. Lanix outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. We seem to have slaughtered and seized livestock, which is good. And they can wait outside until until the majority, or all of these dudes here are inside, which is about to happen, which will mean I can pull this lever and lock them all inside the baddie gate. And once they're all locked inside the baddie gate, I can let my soldiers in. And we can make this area significantly nicer for us. Where's my front gate? Front gate. Oh yeah, I also need to pull the front gate. We're gonna open up the front gates. Because I can't remember what the gate was called. This one, front gate traders, there you go. Pull those 2 levers. So this will simultaneously lock the baddies in by closing this, and also allow my soldiers to re-enter the fort. So they can re-enter, and they are completely sealed inside. Which means their only way out is to go through the fortress. Which means this is their only way out. Here comes the first of many to walk through the machine. I wonder how long they'll last. Or if they'll even make it to the machine itself. Or if they will simply just die the crossbows. It's always just a matter of time. Oh, they're getting hit by crossbow bolts. It says, "Begone fear," after a bolt strikes them, tearing apart the skin. We're just using bone bolts due to lack of metals, because bones are a more renewable resource than metals are. So here comes all the lava shooting by. There's lava mist directly in front of him, and he mistakenly steps into it. Rest in peace, Jacimi, who's currently caught in lava mist. Says, "I've inhaled smoke underground. That is very annoying." Although I will say this is getting a little bit too full. So I'm going to pull this lever. Just going to drain a little bit of this lava down on the bottom out. Just a little bit of it, not a ton of it. I am a little bit worried that it's going to completely block the way across, though. They are still moving forward. I think I'm also going to turn the machine off temporarily until more of them are in here, because I don't really want it to completely block the walkway. Because I'm a little bit worried that's going to happen right now. So some of this gets to drain out. I can now jump back up here. Pull this lever again. For magma safe armor? I mean, if the elves would only bring magma safe armor, I would be real happy, man. Like, genuine statement right now. I would be very happy if they would just bring some magma safe armor. All right, so currently the machine is off. I will pull the lever once they hit, like, about there. Since you did this much Dwarf Fortress engineering, got to do it on and off, right? And sometimes it's fun to just, like, deal with enemies with nothing but, swords. Huh. We'll have to deal with that. Oh, wrong thing. I don't know why I have a bunch of horses, by the way. Like, genuinely no idea. So my dwarves are all just shooting bolts, so it's not like they're not getting shot at right now. Currently, this one's getting hit with grizzly barebone bolts. Was that from... Oh, right, yeah, those horses, right, yes. I did just do that instead of... Hey, we got horses. You are correct. I've been injured badly. I'm so shaken. Vomiting. Definitely got hit pretty badly by a bunch of bone bolts. Bone bolts more or less just bruise and make things dodge and puke, which is actually not a bad thing at all. It's pretty good to have baddies just randomly puking and dodge rolling, but like... because they're more likely to get hit by lava. But let's turn the machine back on. And let's begin watching, like, lob launchers. Who's ready to turn the machine back on? Where are the bolts coming from? My dwarves' crossbows. I have a squad of crossbow dwarves that are positioned up top on the right side, which I can show you once this fires. I would like to witness the first blast. Okay. So... minecart with lava in it. We're going to follow the lava in the minecart. Minecart launches lava. Lava has flown right through and unfortunately missed everything. But I think something fell into... Ah, yes, a few things fell into the lava. Look at all these laddies down here. Well, you have fun down there. I'm sure they're having a good time. The crossbows are coming from up here. These dwarves have crossbows, and occasionally they run over here to go pick up more bolts. But they are firing crossbows from up here. This particular dwarf is currently shooting crossbow bone bolts directly down this way at these guys. And seems to be... yeah, see? He's firing in an odd angle, but is firing at them. And looks like the mist is doing wonders to these guys. Look at all this mist going over top. It's just setting everything on fire. Same with this side over here. Also letting out more mist. Currently, the elves appear to be having a difficult time moving even. This one's just getting hit with so many bolts. Struck it in the upper body, tearing the muscle. I just saw a flaming ball of elf flying this way. That is nuts. No. No, wood armor isn't very effective. Lava be damned. They actually can't get across. So it's best that we turn them off for a little bit, because there's nowhere for them to go. Yeah, I need some method of cleaning lava off of these. Human caravan has arrived. Well, too much I can do about that currently. Yeah, I need a way of turning off or removing lava puddles from this thing quickly. Flaming Ball of Elf. Elfie Bean, what kind of music would Flaming Ball of Elf play? And this one just burst into flames. I think they'd probably open for steam-powered giraffe, though. If I had to bet. Okay, so I just need, like, one or two pieces of lava to disappear from up here. Because they are just going to try and book it straight through my fortress, because this is their only escape route, through my fortress, basically. So at this point, I can get these two squads training, and they're going to go stand here and here. Then if we really need to, and if something gets down and into here, we can... Uh-oh, I think one of them did. Well, that's kind of funny. Well, I've got a horse that's made it into my fort that's now being killed. Come on, guys. You can get rid of this horse for me, please. But yeah, that's their only way out, is through this door. What are you doing? Dwarf kids, they never change. They literally never change. I mean... Well done. Anyway, I can turn the machine back on now because the lava's melted or dried, cooled off, whatever. Make believe in lava. I don't even, they had no jobs, so they were just pathing in there. I'm not sure why, but they were. All right, well, here comes more lava. Whoa, 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 whoa. See this guy right here? Just got slammed with a ball of lava. This dude caught on fire due to lava mist. You caught on fire due to lava mist. Lava mist everywhere and you catch on fire. They also path through lava mist. Like, nothing stops them from pathing through lava mist, which I love. It's fantastic. Ooh, someone got sniped from the side. Someone just got collided right up in there. And there we go, even more. This corner is... Was that one of my dwarfs? Ah. Well, somehow Tele B found themselves down here. I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe you dodged through or fell through or something, but... Rest in peace, Tele B. You will be missed. You are a good dwarf. You never did kill anything. So... I guess that happened. This elf has managed to lose all of their clothing somehow, more or less, and has a bone bolt stuck in their leg. Oh, poor swingwines. You poor swingwines. I blocked this off again? No, we haven't. They still can get through here. See, are you gonna make it through this? Are you? Are you? I didn't even see where Swingwines went. Ah, there you are. Took a bone bolt to the something important. There goes another spearman. And I've blocked the walkway again up here. So once again, I have to turn the machine back off. Yeah, I think that's the next upgrade I need to make to this thing. I need an automatic, like, lava clearing device. Place slabs at the entrance of the sauna. I've been putting them where they train. Meanwhile, Stillinitis still firing bone bolts directly at the enemy, bruising the kidneys. How are you doing on kills? Nice. This dwarf's doing well. He's got one notable kill on an elf from this year. Several others as well, including on grizzlies. You're running in fear from something. How are you doing here? Not bad. 4 elves by freeways. Freeways is terrified while in conflict, but is close to a waterfall. He's quite happy, but satisfied upon improving crossbow. And we need this to dry. This horse is having a hard time. Lava just disappears over time, but I'm probably going to have some sort of lever-enabled bridge device that clears it, likely, because that's something I could do. I could just put lava-safe retracting bridges all across this and remove them. But I wouldn't actually... I wouldn't use them as a defensive thing, though, because that's no fun. How did you get across this? Well, then. I mean, my military should deal with you, correct? Surprise. There you go. Yeah, I have no idea how you got across that, but somehow you did. Something burnt. Horse is just getting puckered full of holes. I mean, look at all this. This is the combat log with this horse right now. It's just repeatedly getting struck with bolts. Just repeatedly. I'm literally just waiting. Oh, there we go. It went away. All right, so they're all going to be booking it at hyperspeed. Here comes Pony. Wow, Pony, you got the zoomies. Horsey's got the zoomies. Holy shit. All right, so they are running. It's time to turn the machine back on, methinks. Soldiers are going to get some exercise. I mean, it wouldn't be a proper dwarven defense if things couldn't get through it, you know? I mean, I do have to be a little bit careful, as I do not actually want my soldiers running into this while the machine is running. I just want them to back up slightly. Might actually do this way. Pull this lever, lock them in there, because I got this and this door. So everything that's currently in here will be locked in. And then when the minecarts start firing again, like right now, you can just clear off what's on here with the minecarts and the bolts. And then we'll lower the doorway again after, meaning you guys can just totally just go in there and get dealt with by my soldiers. In the meantime, we can deal with all this with the minecarts, which is very effective. Oh. Can't even describe how satisfying this shit is. Bam, please don't go die. There you go. Killing the horse. All right, so it seems to be open right now. I'm going to pull this lever again. We're going to unlock the machine. I unfortunately don't worship a god of lava. We do worship a god of metal, though. This would also be like the, you know, god of war. Any war gods or any... Oh, no, we blocked it again. Dang it. All right, well, we can open it. It's depending on how desperate it is they may actually be able to get through. Can you guys follow what's going on in this, or is this just completely impossible to follow for you guys? Okay, I have seen at least one or two go into here, so it's a good thing I put the... You don't even have a quiver. Told us. Didn't realize Ozzy Osbourne was in this video game. I think Ozzy Osbourne is in almost every video game. A little worried because I was seeing Steam. I don't think I just lost anybody. Well, I would say I can send my squads up here. I would also say we can seal this. We're just going to clean up the stragglers. Because I think we're at the end of this. Because the vast majority of them are gone. There still is obviously a few left down here. But I don't really believe that this elf is going to make it. I mean, come on. Look at that. Would you have ever conceived to build it? No. Yeah, that's the accurate answer. All right, so everything in here is dead currently. Meaning I can seal this up. Tele B has been missing for a week. Rest in peace to Tele. You're off to get some sleep. Alrighty, board guy. Thunk, thunk. Comes the other ones. And the final one. Ones are the same way. So this area is now slowly safening up. Now we simply wait here. We just need a dwarf to come up here and pull the baddie gate. I thought they'd already pulled it, but guess not. Queued up too many levers all at once, I think. Dema wants to live here. What is Dema? Human swordsman. Nah. Want to make clothing in your size. There it goes. And I'm going to tell my squads to go station here. Which means they're going to come booking it down here pretty quickly. Horse goes away. And that's everything. Back to training. Open the doors. Open the front. Machine is disabled. And the fighting is over. And the dwarves that were sitting in the tavern got to admire the carnage from a safe distance. Through the glass. And rest in peace, Tele. The one casualty. Probably dodged through the holes in the battlements, if I had to bet. Is it usually horses, bears, and cats, and that's it for elven animal invaders? No. Any giant animal that is mountable is on the cards for them. The scariest thing I ever got assaulted by was an elven faction that was immolated with, or completely full of necromancers, and the elves were riding undead giant ravens, which, even though they were wielding wood, was one of the scariest sieges I ever dealt with. So, this dwarf here is reciting poetry. Some migrants have arrived. Fort is in good standing right now. And let's drain a little bit of this out. I'll wait for a dwarf to come by and pull this, then we wait like 5 seconds, and I'll pull it again. Forget nevermore. That's forever. Yes. And also, this is our drainage. This is where we drain the lava out into the caverns. You know, about as dwarfy as we can be. All are running out here picking up equipment. Assuming the dwarves will just come. Oh, I see why nothing's happening. I do also have to, you know, remove the burrow. They'll probably just come booking it down through here. Yeah, here they come. And then all the bodies just get brought up here and automatically thrown out via minecart. So they just bring the bodies here and throw them into the minecart, and it goes all the way back down, all the way down to the lava. I should probably finish making that well that I started for the hospital. Really like the way the mini-map looks on this layer. I think it looks real nice. Where's my well? Where's my hospital? My hospital is right here. Goes down to here. So let's build a well. Right here you can be sandstone, tower cap, iron, artifact. Right here I will put a piece of flooring. And then down at the bottom of this, right there, I can just channel this out. Hey, Psychon. Hope you're doing all right. You know, I would actually probably be able to kill an undead giant sperm whale with that thing. Well, that's a little awkward. I guess there's just a skeleton in my well. Adds flavor. Add some extra calcium to the well. You know, maybe someone can come grab this. Doubt it. Whatever. I will just make that invisible so I don't need to see it. Great minds, Gfin. I'm all right. Getting by. Had some entertaining conversations, if nothing else, today. I didn't realize this is an interesting way of maybe making mist, is having water flowing beneath it. It seems to be spraying mist up. That's interesting. And Tele's burial is going to go alongside of the rest of them down here. Meaning that they died in combat. While serving in the Dwarven military. And this well is operational. Sweet, now we have 2 wells. One of them being significantly more easily accessible than the other one. I'm just getting rid of all of this clothing. Nice and easy. All right, chat. So my rules for these off-day streams is I stream until I get hungry. I'm quite hungry. It's 3 p.m. I've been live since 9 a.m. and I ate breakfast at 7. I've done 6 hours and 15 minutes. And like I said, Friday is an extra day for me. I don't normally stream on Fridays. Or Friday's a short day for me, I guess. We did do like 11 hours yesterday. So I think we're going to call it. And I'm going to ask you guys to say goodbye, YouTube. Do you guys like these Friday days on the schedule? Because if you guys like these, I might do these instead of Mondays for the foreseeable future. Just do a short stream on Fridays to kind of wind down the week. But don't just run off because we are going to raid somebody who's playing Dwarf Fort. Okay? Got it? Can you do that for me? Don't run away. Raid somebody who's playing Dwarf Fort. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the $5. That's the biggest one single bit donation I've had today. Is it? I think so. A previous record holder was you with the $2.50. Oh, thank you for the $5, dude. Today's been a fun week. You know, it's the first week of having 70/30 with Twitch, which is really cool.